I will say that if you speak to the council tonight, if you address the council, there will be a pad and pencil on the lectern here, and we'd like for you to print your name. And the purpose for that is so that when we transcribe the audio tape, we get it right. Because when you sign, we don't always get it right. So, so I will call this meeting to order. Welcome everyone in attendance. We have quite a crowd tonight, and we've got a long agenda. We have some planning, some rezonings, planning cases that will take a while tonight, and we will try to move through this as expeditiously as possible. Welcome everyone, and would invite that you, at this moment, that you stand and join me in a moment of silent meditation. I invite you to pray if you are so inclined, and we will follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This is the appointed time for the public comment period. I will open the public comment and invite anyone in the audience that would like to address the council on any matters of concern or city business to, as your turn comes up, come up here, sign the book, and tell us what's on your mind tonight. So, who's first? Oh, yeah. If you're on the agenda for a case, you don't need to speak now. You will have your opportunity during the hearing of the case. So is there anybody in the audience tonight that is just really, really dying to talk to the council?
Well, now that you mention it.
Go ahead. Well, hearing none, I will close the public comment period, and we have a public comment period at every meeting and invite the public to come and make their concerns known. It's your best opportunity to talk to the council members, especially as a body. So keep that in mind. Mr. Nuttall, I think item 4 is yours. I will open a public hearing on community development block grant. And I would guess that once you finish and once we finish hearing this room will be empty.
Be close to it.
Be close.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the public hearing for council to consider authorizing a request to amend 2 existing community development block grants that right now we possess. One of those grants was specifically for coronavirus recovery efforts. The other is specifically for renovations to Caspin homes. And because we have 2 open and existing community development block grant programs, and because our understanding is that the state has excess funds that are not obligated at this point, we have an opportunity to take input on potential program amendments to add scope to eligible projects. And that's what we are attempting to do here this evening. This is the second of two public hearings related to this effort. The state rules require us to have two separate public hearings pertaining to this matter for public participation. The specific eligible activities that we'll be talking about here this evening, in which you've already heard and in fact authorized this public hearing at your August meeting, involve rehabilitation efforts, public facilities and public improvements, acquisition of real property for economic development, public services, and lastly, program administration. As I said, you took action previously to authorize this hearing tonight, but you also have already expressly authorized the staff to pursue just over $1 million in community development block grant funds for the David and Pauline Gerald Center City Garden. So that's already authorized and a part of what we will be pursuing. Based on your action here tonight, we will add projects to that requested amendment. Following public comments during the hearing this evening, I will come back and ask you to authorize Mayor Smith to have the authority to execute the necessary documents related to pursuit of those funds. It's important to point out that the Department of Commerce, the State Department of Commerce, is going to be the decider of what projects get funded and in what amounts. Any funded projects will be subject to entering into an agreement with the City of Asheboro for the use of those funds. It's important to note that no project is guaranteed to receive funding. The funding is awarded based on a competitive process that occurs statewide. Again, I said this last month, projects that involve construction activities are required to undergo a more detailed environmental review, and that'll be a part of what we would have to work with any program sponsors this evening about how to accomplish that. In the most recent grant with Wayman Homes and Asheboro Housing Authority, the city asked Wayman Homes to take the necessary action to prepare the environmental documentation. There is some cost in doing that, and we expect to probably follow suit with any projects here that you authorize tonight to get assistance in preparing those required documents. But I will briefly just recap the projects that you authorized to be advertised this evening, and then I'll turn it over for any public comments related to what's discussed. The first program amendment is on behalf of Randolph Senior Adults. They propose to use $25,000 in CDBG funds to support its meal program that provides nutritional food to clients at or below the poverty level who also live in Asheboro. As you know, the program operates at 347 West Salisbury Street, and based on data that was provided in 23-24, the association provided almost 44% more meals to Asheboro residents than it did in year 2020, 2021. The funding, if it's provided, would help to stabilize households impacted by COVID-19. So this is the time for public comments. Anyone can come forward and speak on this matter. It's not necessary if information was provided at the last meeting to repeat that. If there is new information, you'd want to do that at this point. But those prior comments have been already entered into the record.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council and senior city staff, I'm Mark Hensley, and I'm the Executive Director of Randolph Senior Adults. It's my privilege to be back with you again this month in regards to the Community Development Block Grant. I will not go through this presentation again, but I was asked to just hit the highlights. If you turn over to page 3 again in the handout, One of the components for the CDBG is that it must meet a low to moderate income need within the community. And I believe that Randolph Senior Adults goes even deeper because we track at or below the poverty level. And we shared with you last month that since the pandemic, we had seen a 142% increase in the number of clients that we serve in Asheboro that are at or below the poverty level. The poverty level is significantly below what the low to moderate income levels are for our community. I did go back and look, and the number of clients that we serve out of the Asheboro Senior Center that are at or below the poverty level is 71% of all clients that receive a meal from us annually. If you go to slide 4, I'll just recap that as is showing on your screen there, that if you compare this to the pandemic year, 2020, 2021, which the CDBG was born out of, coronavirus funding, you'll see that in that period of time from 2020 to 2021 to the fiscal year that just ended, we have served almost 44% more meals than that pandemic year. So the need is great. Every single day, we are receiving requests from new clients asking, how do I get on your meal list? How do I ride RCATs? Things of that nature. I will tell you that the month of July, I don't have August numbers yet, but the number of meals we served in the month of July was 2,000 more meals than any month we served this past fiscal year. It was over 10,000 meals, and we've never served 10,000 meals in a month. So the number continues to grow. If you go to the next slide, this is the new slide I just briefly wanted to hit. It just has to do with the overall cost of both the light transit vehicles we operate in RCATs, as well as our total meal program costs. You'll see there that every light transit vehicle we purchase now, DOT provides 90% of that, we provide 10%. But that 10% is $12,000 today. Prior to the pandemic, that was $6,500. So that extra $5,500 has to come out of Randolph Senior Adults' pocket anytime we replace an RCATS vehicle. You'll see that our meal costs exceed what we receive from our primary meal funding source, which is the Home and Community Care Block Grant. We were almost $85,000 over that single source for funding. And then the last slide, or the next slide, I would say, this past year, because we purchased 5 light transit vehicles at an additional cost of $5,500 due to the rise in price, we spent an extra $27,500 just in those replacement vehicles. If we have 7 replacement vehicles this fiscal year, which is what we're scheduled to have, that will increase to $38,500 additional to what we would have paid pre-pandemic for those light transit vehicles. You can see there those extra 14,436 meals that we served out of the Asheboro Center only at our per meal cost. That cost us over $70,000 this past year. So total additional expenses of just under $100,000. I'm requesting 25. Someone reminded me tonight, maybe I should have asked for more. It's a little late in the game to do that, but that is the request. I won't belabor it again on the last slide, but the senior demographic is the fastest growing population, not only in our county, our state, but in the United States. And so, North Carolina ranks 9th in the number of seniors 65 and older in the U.S., and by 2028, 1 in 5 North Carolinians will be 65 and older. So people like myself, we're here, and we need to provide the services. So any questions from the City Council or also from the public that I can attempt to answer?
Okay, is there anyone in the audience who would like to address council on this request? Good job. I was a little remiss earlier, and I'm going to back up, which those of you that attend regularly generally know that I spend a lot of time backing it up. You are being addressed tonight by the new Assistant City Manager for the City of Asheboro, Trevor Nuttall. Congratulations, Trevor. We're pleased with your promotion to that position, and you have done a great job for us as planning and zoning director, and we know you will do a wonderful job for us as assistant city manager. Once we hire a new manager, the two of y'all will get down and dirty, I guess, in the trenches.
Right.
So,
Thank you, Mayor.
congratulations.
Appreciate those kind words.
All right.
Moving on to the second program amendment. Yes, sir. This is a request that you heard from Chip Faust, and it's on behalf of George Washington Carver College, proposing to use $300,000 in additional CDBG funds for construction of 2 new classrooms and a storage room that would expand its services provided to the community at 950 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. An additional $30,000 in funds would be used to support expansion of the college's educational social programming. The project would provide safe educational and social space where insufficient facilities currently are available. It would also increase social connectedness among neighborhood residents. Those are goals and objectives of the CDBG program for this allotment of funding, so it has that connection there. And this is the time for public comment on this project.
Come on up, Mr. Faust.
Good evening, everyone. Like I said, I'm Chip Faust. I'm the president of George Washington Carver College, running George Washington Carver Community Enrichment Center. I gave you all a packet last month, and I'm definitely not going to redo the whole packet, but I do want to just hit on the bullet points. The reason we want $300,000 is for the creation of 2 new classrooms and a storage room, which we really need. Right now, every time we have an event during the week in the afternoon for the community, the after-school program has to pack up all of their stuff and put it in a closet. And to be quite frank, we're running out of closets for people to put stuff in. There are a lot of different organizations that have very important events for the community at our space, and we donate the space, and we're glad to do it, but we're running out of space to hold everybody's stuff. For instance, the Hope of Eastside has a Santa Claus where they give out gifts to kids, and kids can just show up and they get free gifts and they get to take a picture with Santa. And I'm Santa, by the way. But, you know, the trees and all of that stuff, it gets stored. We put it in a storage space. And then we have Santa for Seniors, which is another event. We have Hatitudes, which is an event where people from all around the community, all over the state, come in and they have a day to show off their church hats. And you know, some church hats go back with the people, but other church hats seem to stay with us. And so we're running out of storage space. And so that's one of the main reasons that we want to be able to add these new classrooms is so, one, it doesn't disrupt the after-school program the way that it does right now. And also, we can add in, we'll be able to have multiple events going on at the center at the same time. One group would be able to use our theater, and another group would be able to use the classrooms if they wanted to rent them out or to reserve them for separate events. So that's basically the whole gist of the reason that we need the $300,000. We need the $30,000 because the after-school program is something that it doesn't run off volunteers. No one on our board gets paid a penny. But the educators get paid and the artists get paid, and they like to get paid every 2 weeks. And so we need that money to cover the shortfall between what we're going to be getting, what we've gotten from you all. And by the way, thank you for that grant that you already gave us. But to cover the shortfall from what we're already getting from donations and from other municipalities and what it actually costs to run the program. That program costs us $93,000 a year when it's running at full steam. And the price actually changes because we're finding so much more about the kids. There is a I don't want to say a mental health issue, but there's an issue when it comes to attitudes, right? That if we had come into this and we were just using volunteers from the community, we'd be in trouble. We'd be in trouble because volunteers from the community don't know how to handle kids that have issues outside of the classroom. what we were lucky, we were blessed, I say, because we started out knowing that we needed to have professionals in the classroom with these kids. And so we have professional teachers that work in the school system, that have been vetted by the school systems, and they're the ones that are working with the kids. And the reason that we have to cap it off at the number of kids that we have is because of the number of staff that we have. That's what they feel comfortable being able to grow. Our belief is that we can create a seed of excellence. That's the whole program. We take kids that are straight A students and still work with them on their academic techniques. Like I said last time, things about building a relationship with your teacher, not just turning in the homework, but building a relationship with your teacher, things that will help them in high school, things that will help them in college. Now, outside of the after-school program, many of you know the different things that we do in the community, the different programs that we host. Many of them we host free of charge. Many outside agencies, outside of GWCC, host events at our facility, and we donate the building. Our goal is, our rule is, if someone is doing something for the community and it's good for the community and they're donating their time, we donate the building. And we've done that for the last 3 or 4 years. So in a nutshell, without going through everything in the packet that I gave you last time, that's what we're going to need the money for. That's what we're asking for the money for. Does anybody have any questions?
Just, Mr. Faust, just like Mr. Hensley mentioned, so many of the people that are using your facilities, they fall in a lower income bracket, which is kind of important for us, I think.
Yes, yes. If you'll notice in the packet that I gave you last month, I put a map in there, and it shows that we are located, our building is located in the heart of the low to middle income section of Randolph County. And our building benefits mostly those people who are within walking distance of the facility. I would imagine that 80 to 85% of the people who come to our events live within a 5-mile radius of the event. All right? Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak to council on this particular request? Anybody? Lyra, come on up. You're student body president
Yes.
at
Randolph Community College.
Randolph Community College.
Yes.
That's quite impressive.
Thank you. I also have the honor of being Chip Faust's daughter, as some of you may know. I wanted to speak on how these rooms are not just going to be storage rooms, even though that is how they are put. Right now, our current storage room houses the NAACP's meetings. That is the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. And in those rooms where those about 10 members sit in a circle, there are also after-school supplies and all of the after-schools like usage and all of their storage, and there are Hatitude hats, and there are Christmas trees in the same room where they are changing the lives of colored people in that community. And so more storage space is not only going to make George Washington Carver more organized, but it's also going to make the opportunity that it can give to the community that surrounds more efficient and more welcoming. Because I know about 5 people that want to attend NAACP meetings or the after-school program or anything that's going on in George Washington Carver, but unfortunately they do not have the space or the housing to hold 2 events at the same time. So the NAACP has to go in the storage closet, and the after-school program gets a theater. And so I'm sure 100% with this funding, I just heard about this amendment today, but of course I have lived it for the last 3 years, putting up the chairs for the George Washington Carver Community Center and sweeping the floors. And I can say without a shadow of a doubt that that building has so much more opportunity. And unfortunately, it is shortcommed by having to work in the storage closets and having to clean up one night and then host church the next. And so with this funding and with the expansion of the programs, I'm sure we can not only reach 5 miles from the building, but if a family or people will come, like they come to the zoo from out of town just to go to GWCC and attend an NAACP event because they have the room to do so. and they're welcome to. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Lyra? Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. The third program amendment was presented by Malcolm and Tammy Coley last month. This is proposing to use $900,000 in CDBG funds to acquire and renovate 112 and 114 Sunset Avenue, which is a partially vacant, currently underutilized commercial structure. It would be for a business committed to providing or retaining permanent jobs, with at least 51% of such jobs benefiting low to moderate income persons. Those job creation or retention goals are in alignment with the CDBG program, and that would be the benefits offered. It would support local businesses by creating and retaining employment opportunities. Total estimated cost, based on the information we've seen, is $1.5 million. And now is the time for public comments on this third amendment.
Okay, I think you all are familiar, but I'll just give you a little bit of a reminder of what we're trying to do here. So it is about creating jobs for low or middle income people in the Asheboro area. It's also about revitalizing the buildings. And so this is some of this is about my dad's legacy. My dad was an entrepreneur. I think you all knew my dad, an entrepreneur here in Asheboro since 1964. I'm very proud of the accomplishments. Those buildings are not really holding up to the standard that we'd like for them to. So we would like to do our part to refurbish those buildings and to help to grow the economy by providing the jobs and using local contractors to do this work for the 1.5 million. So 900,000 is what we're requesting, but we are also putting our own money in to the tune of $600,000. And so this is all about, again, my dad's legacy. It's about building the jobs. It's about building Asheboro's downtown community, getting rid of the buildings that are looking a little run down right now. And let me make sure I didn't forget anything. The new facility would be able to seat approximately 200 people. The dining facility, but also a event facility, they'll seat 40 to 50. Oh, wait a minute, hold on, I forgot one part. So my husband couldn't be here with us tonight, so I'm just making sure I don't miss anything that he told me I was supposed to make sure I got it right. So there is enormous growth, of course, with the Toyota battery factory and the Wolfspeed facility, and so we just want to make sure that we make Asheboro the place that people want to come to and enjoy and experience with their family. Does anybody have any questions?
Good job, Ms. Coley. I would speculate that Malcolm sending you in his stead was probably a good decision.
Well, I tried. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak to council regarding the item 3?
I would like to add that there is.
Come on up, Lyra.
I'll do this a little bit quicker than I did last time. As you did hear, I'm the president of the Student Government Association of Randolph Community College. And the last meeting I had with Dr. Ardalan Shaw, he mentioned to me that he did want to have some real estate in downtown Asheboro to represent Randolph Community College. And as president, I can 100% guarantee that whatever my aunt, Tammy Coley, puts downtown, I will 100% support. And community college students will definitely have a prominent space in this business. And you have my full, complete support as your niece. And it will definitely 100% benefit all of the people that have to stay downtown because their classes are there. And so it'll be a housing for community college students in this community.
Thank you. Come on up, Ms. Faust.
I got to come up here to say this. I just wanted to say that it's not only 112 and 114 Sunset, it's also 113 Trade Street. So there are three buildings that we're refurbishing.
Sorry, Betty, we know who you are, but the tape doesn't. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Anyone else? Okay, item 4.
Thank you, Mayor. The fourth program amendment discussed last month was presented by Eastside Improvement Association, proposing to use up to $255,101 in CDBG funds that would improve 2 buildings located at 624 Brewer Street and 621 Frank Street. Eastside Improvement Association, as you know, provides educational and social programming from these 2 addresses. Sidewalk improvements, heating and air conditioning related improvements, roof repairs, and bathroom improvements, all were discussed and have information has been presented in your packets. I also received a estimate on, particularly on the roof repair today that is incorporated into your packet to give some more data behind the funding request. These improvements, if funded, would provide safe educational and social space where insufficient facilities currently are available, but also increase social connectedness among neighborhood residents. Now is the time for public comments on the Fourth Amendment.
Anyone in the audience who would like to address this request?
Mr. McNair's back there.
Neil, would you like to speak to this request, please?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Smith, Council. Ms. Rush, I guess she brought all the information from last month.
She was here last month and gave us the information that's in our packets. Gave us a rundown of the project.
Yeah, well, Central Gymnasium, that's the building in question. As far as the 624 property, we're going to address that. As far as the sidewalk, we're going to take care of that in the next few weeks. But the Central Gymnasium is a community building, and it's getting a whole lot of community use on a weekly basis. Annually, we sponsor the MLK breakfast, also an annual community Thanksgiving dinner. Our weekly use is the Asheboro Boxing Club, and also the Dragons Youth Wrestling Program. They're currently using it. And also, we just recently had a meeting with the Boys and Girls Club. And hopefully and prayerfully, we want to get the Boys and Girls Club back in that building by the end of the year. Last, I say 12 to 15 years, we've been dealing with a roof problem. It's major now. When it rains hard. All those programs basically has to cease and desist until we can get in there and clean everything up. But roof, the bathrooms in the gym, also HVAC system. It needs a HVAC system, especially in the summertime. It's really hot in there. But the Boys and Girls Club, again, we had the meeting with them, and we addressed some of those needs too. And I think at some point they're gonna bring a contractor in and get a firm estimate on everything that needs to be done. But again, it's a community building. It's being used by the community, but we got major issues. And you know, you guys know,
Yeah.
We've been dealing with that roof for a minute, and we patching it and covering it up, and but you know, I think it's long overdue.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. So, you know,
It is definitely a community asset and deserves to be treated as such. If you can't fix the roof, you can't fix anything else.
yeah.
Okay, any questions of Mr. McNair?
I just wanted to ask are you mentioning in your application that you put the Boys and Girls Club there? Is that in the application?
I don't think it's in the.
That just came up today.
I would think that would help, because they really do need a place to go, so.
Well, I'm sure we can amend that. For that.
Yeah, you'll want to get with, or have Ms. Rush get with Mr. Nuttall.
Yeah.
That would make a difference in your application.
Gotcha.
As you know, I have said ever since they left there,
Yeah,
that's where the Boys and Girls Club needs to be.
yeah.
Close proximity to most of the people that are using it.
Yeah, and they want to come back. They were amazed at the size of the gym, and so they're excited about the prospect of coming back.
Good. Any other questions? Thanks, sir. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address the item, this request number 4?
Mayor, the fifth amendment that you heard about last month was regarding Wayman Homes Incorporated proposal to use an additional $320,560 in CDBG funds for renovations to Casman Homes. As you know, an affordable housing community located at 945 South Church Street. This is a project that is going through the process now to get release of $950,000 in funding. What's requested here this evening would be able to allow Wayman Homes to expand the scope of that project and include windows, as Mr. Lawler previously provided you information on. So this is a pending program seeking additional funding. As I said, it would replace building windows. That would result in greater energy efficiency, reduced air and moisture infiltration, and also address deficient windows not opening and closing properly. Now is the time for public comments on this item.
Mayor, members of council, I appreciate the opportunity to address you again. Last month I was here, provided a letter to the mayor, which was in your materials. I think it's in there, in your package again. The Department of Commerce said we have additional money for renovations, and with the approval of the $950,000 grant, we said we can tack that onto it. Well, tacking additional projects onto an already approved grant just extended the approval time. So in working with Trevor, we said, let's just put that on hold. You're doing another CDBG grant, the $950,000. Let's move that forward, get that done. On your consent agenda, you have approval of paperwork for that project, which will go to Raleigh to get approved. So we have no problem with holding off as part of this $2.1 million other CDBG, so we can move improvements to Caspan Home along and not get delayed by more regulation, which we can deal with in the future. So if there's any questions or anything I can clarify, I'd be happy to do it.
Any questions? Anyone else in the audience who would like to speak to this request?
And I'd like to thank Trevor for all his help on the project. He's done an excellent job.
Item 6, Mr. Little.
The last amendment related to this request would be a proposal from the city of Asheboro to secure the necessary administrative funds to manage these various programs. So if the entire amount is funded by Commerce for the projects you heard this evening, the city would be able to request $286,257,000. As you can imagine, with what would be 6 projects going on in a pretty compressed time frame, that would be a lot to manage. We would plan to outsource that activity to a firm that specializes in community development block grant compliance. And the program offers funding for just those services. So we've included this amount with a program amendment as a recommendation to allow us to efficiently manage the projects should they be funded. Okay, the last thing I want to say on this, Mayor, is that I want to remind everyone that these dollars that are requested involve zero local funds. If we were successful in any or all of these, these would be state and federal funds that come to the city without any matching requirement from the city. We would have some time, obviously, energy into managing the projects, but the nice thing about these funds, if we're successful, is that there is no impact to the local budget and no local funds that would be necessary to carry out the projects.
Thanks, sir.
So
This goes without saying, but I'd just like to clarify and remind everybody in the audience that this is not money we have. This is money we're hoping to get. And through Commerce Department, State of North Carolina. If we get some, you may get funded some. If we get it all, everybody get funded. But we're
correct.
Our staff is working diligently to convince Commerce that this is vital and necessary to the long-term viability of Asheboro and its less fortunate residents. One of the rules is it has to support
Low to moderate income.
low to moderate income.
Yes, sir.
Low to moderate income.
Yep. So, thank you
Yep.
very much.
Thank you. And I'm assuming there may not be public comments on this particular amendment. If there are, anyone can step forward at this time. Seeing none, Mayor, I will wrap this up by just reminding the board that the final part of this is to ask council to authorize Mayor Smith to execute the necessary documents specified by the Department of Commerce to request this additional funding. So you can support all of these projects, you can support a portion of the projects, or you can support none of the projects by motion here this evening. Our recommendation has been to pursue the maximum funding for any eligible projects that we may be able to secure, and then depending on how Commerce responds to those projects, make decisions about how funding is distributed. So our recommendation is to authorize the mayor to execute the necessary documents to proceed with the request.
Any questions of Mr. Noddle on this? Council?
Mayor, I move we approve the authorization for you to execute any documents in order to expedite and request the additional funding of the CDBG block grants.
Have a motion by Mr. Bell. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Heath. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. We'll keep our fingers crossed and hope that Commerce is generous and favorable to our request.
And I will be following up with this advocates here from this evening to talk about next steps.
And I would remind the council, mayor, and for the public here that the city did get the CDBG coronavirus funds because we have an excellent reputation with the North Carolina Department of Commerce. So we're committed to do all we can at the staff level to get these, NFL kicks off tonight, to get these funds and punch them in the end zone. So, so we'll just, it starts in.
Oops.
So a lot of these good folks go home, and we'll wander through the rest of the agenda. But I do want to thank that we do have a long, excellent relationship with the NC Department of Commerce on a lot of different projects.
I'm gonna jump in here with a personal point. It's not often that we have this many people in the room, and it's fairly usual that when the meeting is winding down, we end up with about 5 or 6 staffers and no public. So, I thought this might be the right time. Clean this, please. There again, I thought I could do this, but being your mayor for 16 years and being on council for 28 years has been the highlight of my life. And in fairness and consideration for anyone that might be running for council, or especially that have intention to run for mayor, I'm announcing that I will not be running again for mayor. Sorry. After 28 years, it's a pretty emotional time. I've just done my part. So, we'll leave it. Next summer is an election for 4 council seats and the mayor. So, just figure it was the right time for me to step down. So, don't misunderstand. I will try to do my term through December of next year, which is my elected term. But there will be an election before then, and that will be the time for you guys to pick a new mayor. I will not be running.
Thank you for your service.
After 28 years, you'd think I could do that without crying. But,
Now, that just shows you how much you care, Mayor.
all right, Mr. Mulder, you're next again.
Thank you, Mayor. This is agenda item 5 pertaining to the permanent closure, the requested permanent closure of a section of Hammer Avenue between West Kivett Street and Lanier Avenue. There is a public hearing this evening on this question, and in your packets, you will have an ordinance that's been prepared by the city attorney that would take the necessary action to permanently close the identified section of Hammer, should you so choose. Just to remind everyone, this is the segment of Hammer between Kivett Street and Lanier Avenue. It's highlighted in yellow on this map. In your packets, the petitioner has presented a closure survey that details the specific area that would be closed following your action here this evening. This would be ultimately reported in the public registry along with the ordinance within your packet. I want to briefly talk about the procedural steps that have been followed to get us to this point here this evening. In July, the council adopted a resolution of intent that sets tonight's meeting for the time for the public hearing to consider the question. The staff has done the proper legal publications in the Courier. We've also posted notice on Hammer Avenue in 2 places on the right-of-way as required by state law. And lastly, the intent to close was sent by certified mail to all adjoining owners. And so with those procedural steps complete and having been satisfactorily performed, now is the time to take public comments related to the question of a closure of this segment of Hammer. And I'll turn it over to the public at this point.
All right, I will open a public hearing, should have already opened it, and ask, I think the petitioner is represented by counsel. Come on up, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Julian Robb, counsel for petitioner. We own the property west of Hammer. The plan is multifamily development, 48 units of low-income elderly housing. This is a question of highest and best use. Rather than have a disused roadway east of the property, we like to actually use it for good use and maximize the units possible in the property.
Mayor, and I would remind the council too that there is a creek or drainage area right through the, from the northeast corner to the southwest corner on your, and so that there is a topography issue that the petitioner has to work with too.
And allowing the closure of this road will give them a little bit more to work with.
That's right.
That's correct.
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It is a public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to address council on this request? Anybody that has a burning desire?
My name is Matt Williams. I'm the civil engineer on this job, and if you guys got any questions, but like you said, the topography is an issue. The stream runs down through the middle. That makes the site a little harder to develop. This will make the site much more cost-effective to be able to develop and get rid of some of the walls, and it also maintains the integrity of the stream with a 30-foot stream buffer on each side. If you got any more questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Questions?
Is this the last thing that's really needed to be able to pursue the project?
Yeah, we've already got the plans in, assuming this passed, to hopefully get this project rolling. They will close soon, from what I gather.
Okay, thank you.
I think those of us that grew up around here didn't ever figure we'd see much on that property because of that creek.
Yeah.
So this is, as the attorney said, highest and best use. We're excited about getting this underway, and we made a lot of points with the public when those 4 houses were removed. So, thank you guys, and anyone else in the audience who'd like to speak to this request? All right, so we've done all of our advertising and our public hearing and all. It's time for a motion. Council?
Mayor, I move we adopt the street closure order by reference.
Have a motion by Mr. Bell. Do I have a second?
Second.
Charlie. Mr. Swears is the second. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay, council, you have in front of you, items on the consent agenda. Is there any item on the consent agenda that you would like to remove for individual discussion?
Mayor, I just draw attention to October 6th. There is a street closure in downtown for the Asheboro Latinic Services event, so I don't know if that's on your upcoming events, but it's something we invite the public downtown for. I think it's item G. Temporary street closure on Sunday, October 6th, 3 to 6 p.m.
Okay. Any other questions or anything to draw our attention? I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Mayor, I'll move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I have a motion by Ms. Heath. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Burks. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Consent agenda is approved. All right. Mr. Nuttall's back up again. This is a Trevor Nuttall show.
So while Mr. Nuttall's coming up, Mayor, for those in the audience, items 7A through 7E are our traditional land use cases. So when Mr. Nuttall is acting on a legislative hearing that does not require sworn testimony, If you're gonna speak on item E, 7E, it's a quasi judicial hearing, it's case number SUP-24-01. You'll need to be sworn, Mr. Nuttall, and the mayor will explain to you and the city clerk when that gets here, but just while they're beginning the process to get the documents handed out, so if you're here to speak.
Thank you for that. Yes, this is application RZ 24-12. It's a request to rezone property at 841 Cross Street, which includes property on the east side of Cross, totaling just under 1 acre, and more specifically identified by the parcel number contained in the report on the screen. The application would amend an existing B2 general commercial zoning district to continue the currently authorized use, which is an eating establishment or a restaurant. But the application is filed because the property owner intends to add covered seating area to the property, and that triggers a re-review by council here this evening. The applicant is the property owner, Raul Munoz. As I said, it's to change the current conditional zoning district to an amended district to allow the improvements that are indicated on the site plan I just distributed. This has been a eating establishment for probably about 20 years. Our authorization has been for that use for about 20 years. If we look at the zoning map, the property in question is outlined in blue, and it's the area of red in the center of orange and yellow. That's denoting the commercial zoning that's currently present on the property, which is surrounded by residentially zoned and utilized property. There's about a dozen or so adjoining property owners involved in this application. These owners identified with the letter would have received notice of tonight's hearing. If you look at the topographic map, you'll see the presence of city water and sewer, some of which actually crosses the northern portion of the property that provides parking for the restaurant. See by the plan that the parking area is actually across Cross Street. There's not really room for parking on the site where the building is located, so that parking is provided on the portion of the property that's on the eastern side of Cross Street. And we have a sewer easement that also is in that area but should not be impacted by the project. Here's the aerial of the case, the subject parcel. We turned to analysis in the report. This is property that is in the city limits. It's both streets that provide access to the property are city maintained. Considered local streets, I would say Loach Street operates more as a collector level road as it moves traffic from Presnell Street to Martin Luther King Jr. So it's a bit of a higher level classification, at least in our mind. Again, we're here to request authorization to add outdoor covered dining area, as well as a walk-in cooler, and there's an outdoor grill area that's showed to the rear of the existing building that is requested. There are no specific seating counts provided. There's no tables and chairs shown. I think that's still to be determined by the applicant. But we do know that the site plan provides 11 parking places that would be within the existing area of parking. That would accommodate up to 28 seats under the city's general code pertaining to a restaurant use. I will note, and you'll see in the photos, that the condition of that parking area is not great. We do expect that it would take some work to bring that parking lot up to current standards. As far as any deviations that are requested here this evening, the primary deviations from the city code relate to front yard setbacks. And I'll get into that here just in a little bit. But otherwise, the plan is generally in compliance with the city's ordinance for a restaurant with 28 seats. The issue we'll talk about is the proximity of the proposed structure to the public right-of-way. The B2 district is intended to serve convenience goods, shoppers goods, and retail service needs of the motoring public. Generally, this is located along a minor thoroughfare or higher classification street. But in this case, this district has been in place for many years. And again, this is just asking to add some improvements to the site. The planning board heard this past Tuesday and saw a different site plan than what you all are looking at this evening. After that board review and discussion, the applicant revised the plan and presents to you a different plan from what the board saw. Now the plan would be to maintain a 15-foot setback on Lode Street and 11-foot setback on Cross Street, which is significantly greater than the plan reviewed by the planning board. And essentially, it means that covered seating area in the front of the restaurant is reduced by a pretty good amount. This is the oblique map. You can see the location of the restaurant and then the parking area, which is across Cross Street. I'll note that there previously had been some outdoor dining, picnic tables that provided seating. That has since been removed. This is a picture from last month, gives you an idea of what the property looks like, and also the area of the primary improvements that are requested here with this application. This is looking towards the parking lot. You can see there's it is going to require some work, and the application actually indicates concrete surfacing that's proposed. So we would imagine their plans are for some upgrades to that parking area to improve it. We're looking at the property now towards Presnell Street, back down Lode Street. And this is looking at the end, terminus of Cross Street from just east of the restaurant building. Now we're looking at the Presnell-Lode Street intersection and looking south now on Lode Street. So this is the plan that we received today, increasing the setbacks from what the planning board saw. As I said, the proposal now is to maintain 15-foot setback on Lode Street and a 11-foot setback on Cross Street. Generally speaking, the B2 district requires a 25-foot front yard setback under the typical terms of the ordinance. We do recognize that this intersection and the way the right-of-way is configured is unique. Our primary concern when this application was filed was proximity of the structure to actually the travel lanes of the roadway. This application goes a long way to, in our view at least, improving safety and also compatibility with the neighborhood. If you look up and down Lode Street and Cross Street, there are some buildings that are well within that 25-foot setback. So this is, we don't think this application at this point now is way out of line with what the development pattern has been. The applicant has provided us building elevations. The structural drawing on the left there is specific to this plan and what will be submitted for building permitting if you include this, if you approve this application. The one on the right is just an illustration of an example of what they hope to make this look like. As we look to the adopted city plans for some guidance, proposed land use map has had this mapped as a neighborhood residential use, but prior zoning action of the council has converted that to a commercial use. It's within the central small area plan, primary growth area. In terms of goals and policy supporting the request, we believe that there are 4 in support, 3 that tend to be not as supportive to the request. In our view, this is a property obviously that's been used commercially for intermittent restaurant uses for many years. This new application seeks to add about 1,400 square foot of covered seating area. That's down from 2,000, which is 2,000 square foot, which is what we originally saw and which was causing a greater encroachment into those setbacks. The property actually does have a variance for the Cross Street setback. That was to allow the building to be the current restaurant building to be built. This application further seeks to modify those setbacks. But we believe with the latest change to the plan, we have more comfort with the proposal now. Setbacks are more consistent with the neighborhood and city policies. We believe approval will further facilitate reasonable use of the property. As I said, Tuesday, this went to the planning board. The planning board recommended denial of the previous plan, did suggest that the applicant revise the plan and work with staff to reduce that encroachment. The applicant has done that. And the plan before you is a result of that effort. So our recommendation is to approve the request here this evening. We do have a series of conditions that we think are important to attach to any approval to ensure continuing compliance with the code. They are in the packet. They've been shared with the applicant. I'll go into any detail that you'd like, but those are pretty typical conditions attached to a request like this. I'll be happy to answer any questions or turn it over to the applicant. Yes, sir.
Just one, Trevor, I just want to make sure we didn't have any issues regarding the notification letter. It seems that one provided in staff that said, please use this version versus another version. Is there some question about that, or?
No, I think the template that we provided originally for the letters that went out to, for the planning board meeting, we had sent a revised version of that template. But those corrected letters are what went out. And then the letters for this hearing, this evening were sent by city staff, and we can certify that those were appropriate. And we've also posted the property and advertised the case as well. Thank you.
Trevor?
Yes.
Was employee parking brought up?
I'm sorry?
Employee parking?
Employee parking, in our parking count, it's figured into that calculation.
That one little parking lot over there is supposed to take care of this.
It would take care of 28 seats, and there is not a separate calculation under the code to account for staff.
My biggest concern is I know how people park, because I've been guilty of it too, and we don't need cars lined up, jumping the curb and parking in that 15 feet, and it's not fair to the folks that are down Cross Street or the folks at Loach and everything. And I don't know if we're gonna create a problem. I mean, because that obviously will not look after the amount. I mean, I know it's within the, but
Sure.
that amount won't, so they either gonna have to do something in that field and get more parking, but
And we did, in the event the additional parking is necessary, one of the conditions that we did attach would allow them to do that without having to come back to you. So hopefully we could deal with that if we get in a scenario where there is a shortage of parking. The staff would have the authority with the conditions this evening to allow additional parking to be provided. And we have had conversations with the applicant about parking and the potential for additional parking that may be necessary, and that's why that condition was added. But I do agree, it'll be pretty tight, even with 28 seats, with 11 parking spaces.
a fair amount of traffic. I mean, you do it there, and the last thing we need is people trying to back out, back in the road and all that stuff.
Sure.
And have an accident.
Yeah.
Because we didn't say they needed
Sure.
parking.
Yep. Thank you.
Trevor, is there any restriction on hours of operation?
There are. That is, we carried over the prior council imposed condition related to hours of operation. That presently is 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. At the planning board, the applicant indicated there would probably be less hours. That would not be open most likely for that full time. We felt it was safe to just utilize the current hours of operation that council previously imposed, but that certainly could be something that is further explored here with the applicant.
Anxious with an open air facility like that with close proximity of residential things, I just see again, potential problem.
And this, historically, this has been a walk-up restaurant, and then seating was then provided through a subsequent action of the board. So there has been seating provided, and under these hours that are on the screen, the only difference here this evening is to allow that seating area to be covered.
If you had parking, people park along Loach there. That Personal Street, Loach, is a really tough intersection there. You got to be careful of people coming over that hill. I mean, I would say we need some kind of no parking right down toward the end there, because I mean, it would be blocking. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, absolutely, and council would have the ability to deal with that if we do find parking occurring on Loach Street that is problematic or unsafe. The council by ordinance could take action to further regulate that use.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Munoz, would you like to speak?
Good evening, everybody.
Hey, I'm Jackie Munoz. This is my dad. I'm here to just
kind of speak for him and answer some questions. That location has been vacant since we moved over to Sunset, which we were very blessed that it went really well to have Taco Loco there and be able to move downtown. We previously had tables people would sit outside, and he's planning on adding more parking to that, like making it nicer and having more parking there. And originally his plan was to do just to-go orders, but because we know that it's a morning thing, that we're kind of planning for it to just be from like 6 a.m. to possibly 6 p.m., mostly in the daytime. And we were thinking about people who do work in the mornings and need somewhere to sit and eat, and that was the plan for that. More like a gazebo type of thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me see. You know what we do? Yeah, what she said, we're supposed to go. You know, when they put these seats only for people, you know, sometimes in the break time, some people not have like people work in the constructions. No, so we do something, put picnic tables outside for the people. You know, we have a restrooms outside, we have everything. We're gonna make a nice place so people can eat in there.
Questions?
Are you amenable to you okay with the conditions that the staff has gone through and required, subject to this? We should approve it.
And it would be something that we would love to have in that community, because like when we were previously there, and when we've left, we've had a lot of people tell us like we miss like having something here. So we were very blessed in that community and very welcome. So that's why we decided to just have another, now that we have Taco Loco fully staffed, to take the time to grow that one again.
And I asked you mentioned that you were going to go from 6 to 6. Was that saying that you would not go beyond 6 p.m. or that was just going to be your
That's where we're
primary?
thinking right now, yeah. The goal would be to sell out before, you know, it's gonna be just to go, and it'll be limited, it'll be like grilled chicken and sides to go. So the goal is to sell out and have to close earlier than we originally planned, but yeah, the goal is to open early and close earlier.
So you load the smoker, cook it, smoke it, whatever, and then when it's gone, close up.
Yep.
It's a good business model.
Yeah. And we've tested the chicken out in downtown, and it sells out every
Oh,
time.
the chicken is
So that's
awesome.
what the plan is.
Yeah.
So you're not looking to use the gazebo, as you mentioned, as a cantina type of operation like you've got downtown?
No, it's just where you can eat your food there, but
Okay.
we're not doing any waitressing, any waiting, like, it'll just be for them to sit down and eat if needed.
Okay.
I wanna just ask you this and get it on the record that you're not planning to use this. That is an attractive type gazebo you build in there. You're not planning to use that after hours for gatherings?
No.
Or social events or wedding receptions, that type of thing?
Now we're gonna try, we're gonna tell her, we wanna make it one shift only, early in the morning, and around 2 or 3 o'clock, everybody go home.
Yeah, one shift is the only way to do a restaurant anymore, right?
No.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address this request? Katie, you okay?
I'm good.
All right.
I've talked with.
Well, it's the Lyra Faust tonight.
Third time's a charm.
As long as cars don't block me, don't block my driveway.
I noticed that this restaurant is prospectively being near a residential area, and during this summer I did a project on food insecurity in Randolph County, and I noticed that there were many food deserts and lack of valuable resources in communities that are residential, that are apartments stacked on each other, that they are just concrete deserts that have no access to food. So I definitely think a restaurant directly beside this neighborhood, even though that street is extremely active, is better than teens or other people just walking the streets looking for a convenience store or a gas station to get their breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I think an establishment that is family-owned and oriented, that welcomes sitting outside and has a residential place to sit that is safe and is well-maintained and kept would be extremely beneficial to the community near that establishment. And it is an amazing plan, especially to implement it after it has been extremely successful downtown, to bring it back to the people that need it most. A family-owned restaurant for the families of that residential area.
Well said.
Thank you.
And it sure beats hot dogs. You know, originally it was a hot dog stand, a walk-up hot dog stand. You don't remember that?
Well, I didn't want to say that.
He's older than I thought then.
Mm-hmm. Pardon? Oh, they were good hot dogs, but smoked chicken and stuff, gonna be. All right, anyone else that would like to speak? Okay. We'll move to the deliberative phase, and I will ask council for their thoughts.
Mayor, based on the consistency statement approved, recommended by staff, I move that we approve the rezoning request and consistency statement, subject to the conditions acceptable, proposed by staff and acceptable to the applicant.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Burks. Motion by Mr. Bell. Discussion.
I just think have a business there, it'd be much better than the building just sitting there deteriorating for years.
Absolutely.
Think about that. So,
We're just voting on what's sitting in front of us tonight, right? I mean, just this one lot. There's no requirement in there for additional parking across the street? Because I can see this being a problem with that's all the parking.
It includes.
I can see Ms. Snug's driveway getting blocked, and I can see other folks down there having to dodge cars and everything because they'll be parking on that side of the street, and that's not enough to service. Because it is great food. I'm in favor of doing it, but I'm concerned about the parking and the traffic.
So if the application is approved as presented, what we would look for prior to allowing occupancy or operation would be 11 parking spaces that are in compliance with the city ordinance and no more than 28 seats in the restaurant, in or outside. And so that is what we would hold the project.
In other words, yeah, that if
both parcels.
If I think it's more parking, then I need to vote against this and tell them to come back with more parking.
If parking is viewed as inadequate, then that would be the way to vote.
Both parcels.
I don't want to amend it on the fly here.
It is a single tax pin, and so it does include both areas of the property, just split by the cross street right away. So it does include a requirement for those 11 parking spaces. If it's
11 there.
There's 11. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I parked in there one time and thought I was gonna disappear. I mean, so, an improvement to that parking lot would be welcome. Any other discussion, questions?
I just think it's not enough parking, and I'm worried about safety in that area, and off-road parking, and that type of stuff. So I'd rather see it come back with an expanded parking lot. That's just my 2 cents.
Where could they put it?
They got more room on that land.
Oh, that land goes
Yeah,
further
I mean,
down the
they just need more
hill.
than 11 spaces. They said they were talking about doing it, but we're not requiring them to do it. So, and I'm not trying to cost them money. I mean, I think it's a great opportunity, and I appreciate what everybody said, but I don't think it's fair to the residents around there, and I don't think ultimately, because we're gonna have traffic issues over there, and and if you got traffic here and people going down Lode Street and all that type of stuff, I just think there needs to be more traffic to accommodate, because you got employees and you got 28 people, and I've been there at lunch before, and it's every man for himself, or lady for herself, but I love to see it go in there, but I personally think they need to show us a little bit more parking. That's just my 2 cents.
But Trevor, did you say if there ends up being issues down the road, it could come back to council and we could require?
What the condition would allow is for additional parking to be provided without having to come back to council. Typically, once you all see a site plan and you see 11 parking spaces, the code generally doesn't allow an expanded parking area to be provided without you seeing it. In anticipation of what Mr. Trogdon is mentioning, we have included a condition that would allow the applicant to provide that additional parking if necessary and to just work administratively with staff to do so. But it's an allowance. It's not, it wouldn't be a requirement to do so.
Would it need to be paved or gravel?
It would have to, the expanded area, as long as they don't exceed 28 seats, could be gravel.
Gravel.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're not adding tremendous cost, but, yeah, as long as they've got that paved.
Yeah.
And we could do no parking on each cross street and or Loach Street.
I think if the council finds that there is on-street parking that's occurring that's problematic, that you could deal with that by ordinance, and that could very well lead to a situation where there has to be some additional parking provided in this parking lot.
Okay, so that's what I was asking. If it ends up being an issue, we've got ability to take action at a later time.
We feel there's a mechanism to deal with it. It would require collective work with the property owner to manage that.
So we do or we don't have the ability to make them expand that if we got problems. Traffic.
You don't have direct ability to make them do it. What you have the ability to do would be to regulate how Loach and Cross Street parking occurs. And if you were to, if there is a prohibition of parking on those streets, then there would be no other place to park but to expand the parking lot.
Let me back up. Did I hear you say or somebody said that parking would be paved?
I think the plan actually, if I'm not mistaken, I think it references concrete.
So, and all the property owners got letters about that.
All the property owners did, adjoining property
There's been
owners.
eateries there for years off and on, and so people in that area know kind of what it's gonna be like, I would assume, right? So nobody showed up to.
Those notices went out, and we did field some phone calls, characterize them as inquiries into what the application is for.
And there is more land down the hill.
It does start to fall off as you go, as it goes eastward.
So that's
there is more
not all
land.
they could put in there without doing some major.
It would take some work, I think, potentially. Yeah, we haven't looked at that in great detail, but.
All right, council?
Are they currently allowed to park on Loach Street?
I really don't know if there's a prohibition currently on Loach Street by ordinance.
So what we're looking at, they can line up, we could line up, all the way down that for right now.
In the absence of a current prohibition, yes, sir, and you couldn't do a prohibition of parking on Loach or Cross if it's not already there by this action. You would have to adopt a separate ordinance to deal with that. I don't see any no parking signs in the vicinity. Typically, there is a regulation from the intersection for a certain amount of distance that is generally accepted as no parking. Yeah, but in the absence of an existing ordinance, it would require a separate action to address that matter.
Because I know I'm parking on Loach when I go, I mean, if I can, instead of crossing the street, everybody parks by the front door if they can.
Certainly, I think the roadway width most likely on Loach Street is adequate to allow one on-street parking. Cross would, I don't believe that would be sufficient for to manage on-street parking, but.
Let's,
in theory, Loach Street could.
move on. We got a motion and a second. Go ahead and vote. All in favor of approving the motion with the site plan as presented, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Say aye.
Thank you, Mayor.
Just, would it help Mr. Trogdon if the engineering department went out there and sketched some on-street parking and we had some spaces marked and that kind of thing?
I think that'd be good.
To report back to the council,
Right.
to the council as the whole. That sound okay with you guys?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
We need to
Got
be
that
able to
mic-
manage more parking that's shown on that plan.
Yeah,
I
and-
mean, I don't have, if they can park on Loach and
And,
be
fine,
that'll pick up some and cover.
And
Mr.
be
Leonard
sure
and
to
his
use
team
some
can
yellow
report back in
paint
October
and
about
stop.
if we put on-street parking and if there was hours.
Right.
So it wasn't, that kind of thing, and we can make sure that they weren't parked in Miss
Exactly.
Miss
Protect the
Nutt's front
neighborhood.
driveway and that kind of thing. Even though that's where I park. but-
I'm concerned, we just voted to approve your request. I am concerned about after-hours foot traffic, using, especially in the event of bad weather, using your gazebo, and your picnic tables for a place to hang out. So you'll have to, be very diligent about that and possibly ask the police to patrol it and just post no trespassing after 6 or whatever, because I can tell you with the foot traffic, sooner or later, they're gonna find those picnic tables and they're gonna sit under that shed
So,
and bring their own beer.
so, please understand that service is available to you to use. You simply talk to Chief Brown's in the back, and you can talk to the folks at the police department, and they can help you. But there are certain steps you must do along the way so it's private property, we have to be, so you, as you plan for your shifts and all that, you may wanna get, Chief Brown or the members of the police department to assist you and plan for that and how you do that. And we'd be glad to provide that service for you.
When we're patrolling, they'll keep an eye on it. If there's anybody out there after hours, they'll run them off. Okay, sorry that took so long. Item 7C is, case number RZ 24-15.
I think we're on item B, Mayor.
7B.
The what?
Item B, I believe.
Did I skip B?
We've given you a wrong agenda before. I just want to make sure that we've done that again.
No, it's there.
I did too, I got B marked off too.
Yes, item 7B, Mayor.
All right, RZ 24-14, application to rezone property at 308 Pine View and Quaker Drive.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry.
This is an application to rezone property to a general district, so there is no site plan provided with this application. If the district is approved, any use permitted within the R 7.5 district would be permitted, provided it complies with the city code. We're looking at 308 Pineview Street and the southern portion of 307A, 307B Quaker Drive. So there are two pins involved. It's the entirety of one parcel and a portion of another parcel. And essentially, the property owner is looking to recombine the property in a manner that should you approve an R 7.5 district here this evening, it would have, both properties would have sufficient land area that would allow both single-family or two-family or a duplex unit to be constructed. Right now, we have one of the pins is undeveloped, and then we do have a duplex on the portion of the second pin. We're looking at the property outlined in red on this map. It's in the center of the existing residential neighborhood on both sides of Pineview Street. Got about a dozen adjoining property owners who received notice of the hearing this evening. I will at this point say we have posted the property, we have run the advertisements, and done all the proper legal notices for this application. We do provide city services to the property. We have utilities in both Pine View and Quaker, so utilities are available to the property. It's an aerial map there. Real quick, going through the analysis, it's in the city limits. Pine View is a state-maintained minor thoroughfare. We've been talking about widening plans for Pine View Street for quite a while now. The latest is possibly next year. We'll see that work get underway. The parcel identification that ends in 6027 is currently zoned R10 and is non-conforming lot because it's just shy of the R10 minimum lot size standard of 10,000 square feet. An R10 district, like I said, typically requires that 10,000 square feet for a single-family dwelling and 15,000 square feet to be eligible for a duplex. The ordinance does allow a single-family dwelling on the existing non-conforming lot if it can meet other requirements. The lot is also legal non-conforming due to it not having the required lot width that typically is required in the districts. Under analysis 4, we provide the intent of both the R10 and our 7.5 district. We point out in number 5 that within 500 feet of the property and on the opposite side of Pineview Street, there is R 7.5 zoning that includes a two-family dwelling and a multifamily use and a 0.29 acre parcel with 3 manufactured homes. So we do have a mixture of housing types occurring in this neighborhood, which consists primarily two-family dwellings with some single-family dwellings. This is the property as it would be reconfigured should you approve the R 7.5 district tonight. It would take some of the lot area from the northernmost property and combine it with the land to the south to increase the lot size. This is the survey that was presented that gives us the legal description necessary to know exactly where those boundaries will be should you approve the application. We're looking at the subject property from Pineview in that photo. Again, different vantage point here. This is looking east on Pineview Street. You can see two-family dwellings in the vicinity there. And looking west on Pineview Street. We've gone around now to Quaker Drive, looking at the subject property. It would be the rear portion of this property that would likely have land area removed and combined with the property fronting on Pineview Street. This is a view looking east on Quaker Drive at the residential uses and then looking west. We look at the plan for guidance. This is a neighborhood residential land use recommendation. R 7.5 is generally consistent with that. We're in the northeast small area plan and a primary growth area. Staff's analysis of the application is that there are 6 goals and policies generally favorable towards a request, 1 that is not as favorable. Overall, the legal nonconforming status of PIN ending in 6027 and the presence of R 7.5 zoning both east and west of the land does support the application. We believe it's reasonable and in the public interest to eliminate the nonconforming situation when we can do so in a manner that is compatible with adjacent land uses, which we believe that would be in this case and consistent with the land development plan. There is some value in expanding housing opportunities within a stable residential neighborhood that is in close proximity to employers because it can be beneficial to both residents and industry alike. Considering our analysis, we believe the proposed zoning is reasonable and in the public's interest. This was reviewed by the planning board at its August board meeting. It comes to you with a favorable recommendation as they concurred with the staff analysis. I'll be happy to answer any questions or turn it over to the applicant.
Trevor, am I looking at that right? Is practically every
surrounding
area there is a duplex?
Yes, sir. Yeah, those lots are just a little bigger and supporting those duplexes in the R10 because of their lot size.
Very good, thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Nuttall? All right, applicant here. Hello, Mr. Lucas.
Hello, Mayor and council members. How was everybody?
Did we steal the pen?
I found one.
We did, I did.
Oh.
Found 2?
My name is Brian Lucas, and I'm here to answer any questions. And like Walker said, it's every parcel that touches this parcel has a duplex on it. So I'm kind of like, do I want to build a single-family home amongst all the duplexes? So it's all up to y'all.
Not many left on that street, are there?
There's not much left up there but duplexes.
Questions? Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Anybody else like to address council on this request? All right. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, based on the consistency statement, I will make the motion that we approve this rezoning request as presented.
I have a motion by Ms. Heath. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Trogdon. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. That was painless. I wish they were all that easy. All right, item 7C. Didn't miss one, did I? RZ 24-15 application to rezone property located at 343 North Carolina Highway 42.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a request to, again, amend an existing conditional zoning commercial district. This application is filed by the YMCA for improvements it proposes to make to the property. Filed by Executive Director Patrick O'Hara. We're looking at a single parcel number here, just under 20 acres in size. Technically, it's defined as a membership organization under the terms of the city code. Everybody's familiar with the location. Looking at it on a zoning map, this is at the western edge of the commercial corridor along Dixie Drive. So as you move west and abutting this property, there are some single-family residential uses to be aware of. This is the listing of adjacent property owners who received a notification pertaining to tonight's public hearing. So topographic map giving you an idea of the lay of the land and also our location of city utilities. You'll note that we do have both a force main and a public water line that does enter the property. This area, the area of the improvements, as you see on the south on the site plan, are in the southwestern portion of the property. We don't believe that they will be impacted. Our utilities will be impacted by the project. Scenario map showing how the property is developed and the adjacent development patterns. Moved into the analysis. Again, property inside the city limits. 42 north is state-maintained major thoroughfare. Again, we've been talking about roadway improvements to this highway for a while as well. Again, here in 2025, start seeing more work related to that project. That widening will add a center turn lane as well as new storm drainage, and importantly, it'll add sidewalks on both sides of 42. The property owner, again, the YMCA proposes to replace an existing ball field with an indoor soccer building and also to add additional parking to support the new amenities. There is also a potential future outdoor pool that is shown on this plan. We frequently, as we talk with property owners about conditional zoning districts, use this as an opportunity to think about master planning for the facility. And in this case, the Y has indicated the potential for a future outdoor pool to be built at some point in the future. So there are several different contemplated improvements that are identified on the plan. We did route this plan to NCDOT for review and comment. Even though there's an existing driveway, anytime there's a potential to add volume by expanding operations or adding square footage to a property, that's typically our process. We did not hear any concerns raised by NCDOT. I think everyone knows that this property has been used since the early 70s. The definition of the membership organization is contained within number 5 of our analysis. We did get an updated, we've seen a series of updates to this plan essentially clarifying the improvements that are proposed. We feel good about the plan that's in front of you now. It has answered a lot of questions that we had initially and that the planning board had conversations about. So the plan before you is a good illustration of what is being contemplated and would potentially be built with your approval here this evening. We use this oblique map to show you the area of the improvements, and again, it's in the far southwest portion of the property where additional parking would be provided. That new indoor soccer or multi-purpose athletic building would be built, as well as the potential outdoor pool, all behind the existing Y building. And so that, on this site plan here, those are the area of the property that is we're really looking at. And on the site plan on the screen, I've attempted to just add circles around the things to really note as far as where additional parking would be provided, how much additional parking would be provided. The staff has been really mindful of making sure we are providing good buffering for those adjacent residential uses to the west here. So the applicant and the designer has provided details on a landscaping buffer to be maintained along that property line. And so that is something that I did want to point out there. In other locations, especially against the southern property line, against the commercial property, it'll be retention of existing vegetation largely that will remain. We do have just a typical building elevation that the applicant has provided us. It's important to note that this is not anticipated to be visible from Highway 42. Generally speaking, our commercial B2 standards don't allow metal construction that is oriented towards a public street. It does generally require some sort of treatment for public-facing facades. This is an instance where we don't believe the building's going to be visible, and there's not necessarily a benefit to having that design standard in place. Got a series of photos here. This is looking at the property from Highway 42. Another vantage point. We're now looking north on 42 and then back towards Dixie Drive. This is an interior photo looking near where the proposed building would be constructed. So we look at the city's adopted goals and policies for guidance on this. We believe there's 5 generally supportive of the request. 1 pertaining to some steeper slopes on the property that comes out a little more negative. But overall, it's a property that has been commercially zoned and used for decades. The applicant seeks to improve an area of the property that was initially designed for outdoor use and convert that to indoor recreational use with the new building. We feel that change can offer increased compatibility to adjacent homes in terms of reduced noise and with additional buffering and screening. And as we get information on lighting that may be installed on the property, we think it can remain compatible with the adjacent neighborhood. So for those reasons, staff recommends approval of this request here this evening. Likewise, the planning board heard this in August and forwarded a favorable recommendation to you all as well. I'll be happy to answer any questions or turn it over to the applicant.
Mr. Mayor, before we get into deliberations, Mr. Swears has been kind enough to let us know he does serve on the executive committee, so it'd be appropriate to entertain a motion to recuse
I'll
him.
entertain a motion to recuse Mr. Swears for this one discussion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Burke. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Heath. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. You don't need to move. You can sit right there.
Thank you, sir. I'll keep
Just
my
don't
mouth-
say it.
I'll keep my mouth shut. I'll keep my mouth shut. I can grimace or smile, but I'll keep my mouth shut.
Okay, Mr. O'Hara, are you speaking for the?
My name is Patrick O'Hara. I am the Executive Director of the Randolph-Asheboro YMCA. And how we came about with this facility is that, just want to let you know, with the Zoo City Sports Complex, you know, I remember when John and David came to me 8, 9 years ago and said, hey, let's let's get this thing going so we can help with the city of Asheboro and Randolph County with revenue and everything. But the number one thing was to help our citizens, or the people of Asheboro and Randolph County. I am proud to say in our recreation league, we have 702 kids. Young men, young women, teenagers signed up for our recreation soccer, 702. In our challenge league, which the YMCA took over 3 years ago, we went from 3 teams to 15 teams. We have 225 kids in challenge soccer. So guys, you're looking at 927 children, families, grandparents, siblings that come out to the Zoo City Sports Complex and watch these kids play soccer, but also they practice at the YMCA. I think that is a great, great thing, testament to what we do here in Asheboro. I'm also proud to say that some kids who are going to other places in our challenge soccer, going to Greensboro, High Point, Winston-Salem to play, they're coming back. They're coming back to Asheboro to play. Right now, our high school teams are very strong. Just imagine how stronger they're going to be in the next couple of years. We will get that state title at some time. So with soccer being such a big sporting event here, we decided as a staff, Joe Torek and Branson O'Hara came to me with this proposal. I thought it was a great proposal. Took it to the executive committee, and this building, which you see pictures of it, will hold indoor soccer. We'll hold 2 games going on at one time. Oh, I forgot to mention our adult men's soccer league, which is at the sports complex. And 2 of your police departments have teams in our league. And let me tell you something, this is the first time we've never had any problems with our adult soccer. So that's nice. So the first couple pictures you're gonna see is what we plan on putting out there at the ball fields. Guys, this is gonna help our after-school program. Our kids have nowhere to go. Summer camp and after school have nowhere to go really when it rains. This is gonna give them another opportunity. Our seniors, our craft seniors have grown so much. Bingo, we're averaging 55 people coming to bingo a week. We plan on putting bingo out here, the different programs. So it is going to be more than just soccer. But this is going to benefit the community, and that's what it's all about. That's about all I've got to say.
What time frame do you anticipate being able to have this in place and ready to go?
Well, if we get approved and everything, and Trevor lets me start building and everything, I hope to have this thing open up January 1st. January 1st, so that we can start utilizing it.
So you've had your fundraising campaign and your
Yep.
leadership drive and all that.
Everything's paid for. Well, I have to go to Charlie once in a while.
Is that the envelope I got in the mail?
Yeah, that was the envelope.
Yes, I'd open it then.
But it's going to benefit the Y. And the outdoor pool, Mr. Swears looked right at me when he saw that. Guys, I've been here 29 years, and that's the one thing that I always told my board that I was going to do before I left. So I added that just in case, the mayor wanted to give me $4 million. So that's why I put it down.
Why do you think I'm quitting?
So,
Got a pool on Church Street, I'll make you a deal.
yeah, but so that is why we're doing it, and we're looking forward to it.
You've done a good job out there, and it's impressive to have that that size Y, and the programming that you have in our community.
Thank you.
To complement what we've been spending all our money on. So, you know, we're in great shape, and I think this is a pretty cool thing. Next year, you're gonna have to find a place to build indoor pickleball.
Well, the younger Mr. O'Hara thinks that we can start putting that on our soccer fields. Indoor pickleball and outdoor pickleball, and, because as we all know, that
Check
thing's
with
growing so
the
much.
town of Leland.
Yeah.
Down near Wilmington. They built a huge building, filled it full of pickleball, and I think we were told that every minute of every possible day of playtime was booked. There were people waiting. They went outside and built about that many more
Yeah.
fields outside.
I know 4 YMCA's in the last 2 years that have either, like High Point associations getting ready to close down their splash pad and put pickleball courts out there. Rowan County just built 20 outdoor pickleball courts, so it's out there, it's coming, so we're not too far behind.
We already know that we didn't build enough.
And you guys have, yeah, I had somebody tell me that last night, in fact.
All right, well, I didn't mean to change the subject. I think you got a good plan here.
Well, thank you.
Questions of Mr. O'Hara? Okay.
Mr.
Anyone
Mayor,
else?
I do want to say something. I've been here for 29 years. You have been my mayor. I am sad to hear that you're retiring, but I want to thank you for everything you've done, for being a friend, and for everything you've done for this city. So I wanted to thank you personally. Okay?
Patrick, just a moment. Are you okay with the proposed conditions proposed by staff?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, anyone else that needs to speak to the council about this request? Hearing none, I'll ask council for their thoughts on this matter.
Mayor, I move we approve the request subject to the proposed conditions proposed by staff and acceptable to the applicant, and the consistency statement
Have a
provided by
motion.
staff.
Motion by Mr. Bell. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Burks. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Good luck. Be nice to get that started and get it out of the ground, and so, look forward to seeing that when it's finished.
Quite a project. Excited.
All right, I will open a legislative hearing on case RZ 24-16. It's an application to rezone property located at 801, 817 Sunset Avenue, approximately 1.52 acres, plus or minus.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. This application is a conditional zoning filing. It's made by Nash Duggins. The property owner also has signed on to this application as required for a conditional zoning district request. I will say we have properly advertised this hearing this evening and sent the necessary letters and posted the property and run the notice in the Courier Tribune. We're looking at 801, 817 Sunset Avenue with this application. It's a request to change the zoning from OA6 and a conditional tile district to a conditional zoning OA6 district for the purpose of multifamily development. There's one parcel number with this application, 1.52 acres in size. Previously, we had a church on the property, and you saw an application to convert that, the property for a banquet facility use, specifically for the 817 Sunset Avenue a few years ago. That was never, that never materialized. So the application this evening is to amend what's approved on the property. You can see the two colors that are on the property bounded by blue there. That is because we've got those two zoning districts presently on the property. If it's approved here this evening, it would take all the property to that light blue and a conditional zoning OA6 district. It's a map showing who is considered adjoining owners on this application here. All of these landowners received notification from the city pertaining to the public hearing this evening. Jumping into the analysis, again, we're looking at property that's in the city limits. Sunset Avenue and South Cherry Street in this location are both state-maintained minor thoroughfares. I note that the property is located within Tier 3 of the Center City Planning Area. As you know, we have 3 tiers of downtown overlay zoning in place. This is the 3rd tier of the Center City Planning Area. It essentially has heightened development and design standards to support and complement what is unique about the downtown area for new development. And so this is within that area. The site plan that I've handed out this evening identifies one 3-story building with a total of 52 units. There are 14 one-bedroom units and 38 two-bedroom apartments proposed. The Center City Planning Area building setback provisions typically would be requiring a minimum 25-foot setback from Sunset Avenue and a 20-foot setback from South Cherry Street. In our conversations with the applicant, and in order to maximize buffering for adjacent residential properties and to make the parking area for these apartments less visible from street vantage points, the staff has generally been supportive of reducing that typical 25-foot setback to 20-foot, and that's the plan, that's the request that's here this evening. We did see a site plan that had proposed 15-foot setbacks for both Sunset and Cherry. The staff was not supportive of that application and that specific plan, and so the plan was revised to show the proposed building at 20 feet on both Sunset and Cherry. In the Center City planning area, development intensity is regulated not by dwelling units per acre or floor area ratio, but rather it's regulated by permissible built-upon area, generally maximum building height. Those are how we regulate intensity in the downtown area. We're looking at built-upon area. We're looking at overall height. In terms of built-upon area, the Board of Adjustment granted a variance to allow additional built-upon area of up to 56.8% when the banquet center use was proposed. Presently, we have an existing built-upon area that covers 51, just under 52% of the site. The latest plan shows a proposed built-upon area of just over 76%. There's a slight increase from an earlier version of the plan that we reviewed. We do note that with that additional built-upon area, there is underground stormwater control device that is proposed to mitigate 10-year storm runoff that would be resulting from the new built-upon area proposed on the site. We do provide in analysis number 6 what the density is on the project, even though that's not necessarily regulated by code, but the density is 34.2 dwellings per acre. In comparison, Sunset Place Apartments, which, as you know, is adjacent to the development, is at 24.3 dwelling units an acre. What we're seeing with this proposal is a density that is more similar to the Church Street lofts here right downtown, which is within the Tier 1 of the downtown Center City planning area, which is commonly known as the Central Business District. On the site plan, there are 83 off-street parking spaces that are proposed to serve the 52 units. These ordinance requirement for parking for a traditional multifamily development such as this, based on the number and composition of the units shown, generally would require 107 parking spaces. This calculation includes not just the spaces for residents, but also 10 visitor spaces that the zoning ordinance would require. The 83 parking spaces identified on the site plan, just in comparison, could support, just as an illustration, 37 two-bedroom units or 51 bedroom units. That would be what the code generally would allow in terms of a unit composition here, or density, with those 83 spaces. The parking that is proposed, however, we do acknowledge is comparable to the parking that is provided for Sunset Place Apartments. That project has 76 off-street parking spaces. There are at least 12, probably a little more, available parking on Memorial Street that is not dedicated to that project, but is available to serve those residents. That development was approved by the city as what's known as a whole block redevelopment project. And specifically, that development was built as an affordable housing complex. The developer on that project did provide the city with an opinion from a licensed design professional that the parking proposed would be sufficient to accommodate the needs of the tenants. That's because they were also facing a bit of a parking shortage to make that project work. The letter from their design professional was provided. In this application and in your packets, you have a similar opinion that's been provided by Summey Engineering, indicating that the amount of parking proposed with this project likewise is adequate, in Mr. Summey's opinion, to serve the project, and also is said to be consistent with the requirements of many major cities throughout North Carolina. Pointing to other development features on the plan, there is indoor and outdoor recreational elements included. There's a 20-foot street planting yard. We have a 5-foot screening yard against commercial property to the west, and there is a 6.5-foot screening yard along adjacent residential properties to the south. There are interior sidewalks provided, also new sidewalk construction that the staff recommended along South Cherry Street to be incorporated into the project. Solid waste enclosure, which is now large enough for 2 dumpsters, is shown. Initially, that was there was less. I think it was a single dumpster that was proposed. Our environmental services folks recommended that 2 dumpsters be provided, and the applicant did amend the plan to provide those 2 dumpsters. The other materials I handed to you were renderings provided by the applicant. That includes elevations that indicate building materials to be used, which are brick and I'm not going to say that word, but kind of a hardy board type product. Initially, there was questions over whether the project would include balconies, and at the planning board meeting this past Tuesday, the applicant definitively said, and the renderings do support, that there will be no balconies provided with the project. So I do want to make that clear in tonight's hearing. As you know, conditional zoning does allow an applicant to propose what is a specific zoning district for the property that may diverge from the city's predetermined land use requirements. We've identified what those deviations are with this application. The first relates to those building setbacks that I've already covered and is further explained in analysis number 4. The proposed built-upon area, which is described in number 5. The off-street parking provisions discussed in 7. We do expect that there will be mechanical equipment that has to be located within that front yard setback area. Generally speaking, that's not something that we would allow. There's probably not a whole lot of options for the number of units that will need to be provided here. So we expect there to be mechanical equipment. We do have a condition to require that to be appropriately screened from street view. And while there is no designating screened area for recreational vehicles provided, that is something typically the code is looking for. The applicant has included a condition to prohibit the parking of such vehicles, and therefore that is pretty common with folks who aren't providing that element or voluntarily restricting it, and so that's been done here. The last deviation is related to the height, and as we calculate the building height here with the pitched roof, it's about 3.5 feet taller than the 35-foot height allowance that the district generally allows, and that's due to the use of a pitched roof in this with this building. Lastly, the site plan was routed to DOT, Asheboro City Schools, Postal Service. DOT did indicate the need for a driveway permit, not surprisingly, and wanted to ensure that the building was not impeding site distance, but the plan otherwise appears to be consistent with their requirements, and they don't expect roadway improvements to be necessary. This is just a map showing its inclusion, the property's inclusion in that Tier 3 of the Center City planning area. As you get south of Lewis Street, the properties no longer are within what's considered the fringe of the downtown area. This is just on the edge of that area. Topographic and utilities map we've included showing you how utilities would be provided to the project, and an aerial map here. There's a oblique map giving you a more up-to-date vantage point of the development pattern in the area. A series of pictures here looking at the property from Sunset Avenue. Now we're at Sunset and Cherry. We've gone down South Cherry Street. This is looking west on Sunset Avenue back towards the interstate. You can see Sunset Place to the left here. This is a view looking east on Sunset Avenue. We're now looking across Sunset north on South Cherry Street. And now we've turned around looking south on South Cherry Street. We did go around and give you a photo of the adjoining Lewis Street because this does back up to those houses on the north side of Lewis Street, and that's looking west down Lewis. The planning board has spent 2 meetings talking about and reviewing plans for this project. They did so in August, had a lot of discussion about the plan presented at that time. They continued the case. Subsequent to that continuance, the applicant revised the plan, and we brought that back to the planning board this past Tuesday. We noted for the board what had changed in the time between the first and the second meeting, and those relate to setbacks that were increased from 15 to 20 feet. The number of one-bedroom units was increased from 12 to 14, thereby decreasing the number of two-bedroom units from 40 to 38. That helped a little bit with the parking deficiency. So the required parking decreased from 108 to 107. And the number of spaces provided, they managed to increase the number of spaces from 80 to 83. So they continued to work with us to try to maximize the amount of parking that could be provided to the project. At our suggestion, they also did incorporate bike racks to the project. That is something that a lot of jurisdictions give developers credit for, and can reduce the amount of off-street parking typically required if those bike racks are provided. The City of Asheboro's code does not do that, but we felt it was something that could be done in an effort to try to address that parking question. The impervious coverage did increase slightly from 72 to 76%. We did get a second dumpster added. Because of the setbacks from Sunset Avenue in particular were increased from 15 to 20 feet, that ended up reducing the screen width on the southern side of the property from what had been 10 feet to 6.5 feet. There is still fencing and landscaping still proposed and to be provided within that area. It's just the horizontal dimension of that screen has been decreased. As I said, conceptual drawings were included. You've been provided these, give an idea of the look of the building. As we turn to the adopted goals and policies for guidance on this, generally we felt that there were several goals that support this request. There were really only 2 that we felt were negative, but we felt that one in particular was particularly negative towards the request, and that was regarding the infrastructure adequacy, particularly the availability of off-street parking and the lack of any on-street parking reasonably close to the project to provide some additional capacity. As we prepared our consistency statement and recommendation, we noted that the area, this area of the city's been zoned for office, higher density residential uses for many years. That's what we have here. The center city planning area zoning provisions, which have been in place for about 20 years now, lend support to greater residential densities since those rules manage land development based on built-upon area and building height rather than building square footage. We note with higher density projects, it's vital to ensure that land development occurs in a manner that promotes and supports community goals. Design should complement existing development, provide elements to ensure the health and safety of all residents. Architecture, stormwater management, landscaping, vehicular, pedestrian access, site amenities, all the things that are really important to consider in a project. Those are considerations that have happened with this application. Proposal promotes many adopted city policies. The redevelopment and investment in underutilized properties is something advocated by the plan. Site design that considers walkability and how the project is going to be seen from the public street is something advocated by the plan. Mitigation of stormwater impacts. Those are all objectives that if you look at throughout the land development plan, you're going to see lend support to this project. We also acknowledge that the applicant has made meaningful changes to the plan to address setback concerns and our solid waste disposal capacity concerns. But ultimately, the staff believes that the project is just more dense than the city's plans or the property can support. And for that reason, our recommendation is to deny the application this evening, finding that to be in the public's interest. At Tuesday's planning board meeting, after hearing additional information from both staff and the applicant, the board voted unanimously to recommend approval of this application. The board reasoned that they placed more weight on those goals and policies that staff pointed out that were supportive of the request and did not give as much weight to the infrastructure adequacy goal that the staff felt was important to consider prominently in the review. And so for that reason, the board did recommend approval of this application as presented. We do have a series of conditions that are proposed with the project should you approve it as presented. Those have been published and provided. Again, I'll point out, we further the prohibition of outdoor recreational vehicle parking on the property by condition. There were two suggestions that came out of Tuesday's meeting pertaining to project conditions that the board felt was important, and therefore we incorporated them into our list of conditions. The first is that the dumpster enclosure, in order to best mitigate noise from pickups of that, shall be essentially double walled, adding thickness to that enclosure to help with sound control. The second condition that the board recommended and has been incorporated into our report and list of conditions is that the developer shall institute a system for assigning parking to residents to ensure the safe and orderly use and management of parking spaces. So there was conversation Tuesday evening about assigned parking and how parking can be managed by the property owner to address parking concerns. What we've proposed is, should it be approved, that the developer work with staff on that system and how that system is developed and implemented to best ensure the adequacy of parking. And so with those additional conditions, the board recommended approval of the application. Yes, sir.
Ours don't have a L.
I think yours may skip a letter if I'm not mistaken.
It is,
But yes, it's L on the screen. In your report, I think we got off with the
the
letter.
applicant has a L.
The screen has that L. Yes, sir.
And the applicant is aware of the L.
I've talked to the applicant about the L. He'll have to comment on the acceptance of that or not.
I just want to make sure everybody was.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yep.
I heard the same thing you heard.
Yep. Yep.
Questions?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. All right. First person to speak, the applicant. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Nash Duggins. I don't know if I can talk and write at the same time, so I'm gonna write right quick. Mr. Mayor, council, appreciate your time to look at this application. You know, Trevor does a great job presenting this. I don't know how much better I could do with that. I guess probably, you know, the main thing I could do is answer questions and address any issues that we've discussed, he's discussed. You know, our goal is to, you know, provide some housing. You know, obviously there's some housing shortage in Randolph County and City of Asheboro, and we're hoping to help with that. Obviously, we would benefit, you know, as well building it, but that's the goal, you know, provide some quality housing for the City of Asheboro, you know, within walking distance of downtown. You know, I don't know of a new market rate deal that is near downtown. May be wrong, some older stuff. Most of what has happened in and around downtown has been tax credit, you know, type stuff. And so not your conventional market rate deals. And so that's the main concept, main idea. And so, you know, the main issue, as you know, is the parking. And so I will address the first thing that you asked me to address in front of y'all, which is we would absolutely be willing to work with the staff to work on allocation of parking spots, is what I'm going to call it. May not be assigned. I don't know if that matters or not, but you know, some version or some system of allocating parking spaces. So we'd be happy to do that. Is that fair enough to y'all? I guess.
Is it manageable by staff to approve?
Yeah, our terminology was assignment. I think that's mostly because that was the conversation that occurred Tuesday evening. I think the premise is that there be some manageable and implementable system to deal with the residents and the available parking that's present. So, I think we could work with the condition as presented. I think an allocation plan would probably be in line with what the goal of that condition is.
But would it not be cumbersome? Whose enforcement would cover that?
I mean, it's going to have to be us and the management team.
Well, I was gonna say, we don't even enforce restrictive covenants in neighborhoods.
Right.
So.
Well, the plan,
if
you know,
they
our.
have them written down somewhere doesn't mean they're gonna be effective unless the owner enforces them.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I think that was the vision of us as well, is to see what that plan is. That would include an enforcement mechanism and who would be responsible for implementation. And ultimately, our expectation would be on the property owner to abide by that plan that's developed.
And for what it's worth, I didn't explain this when I was saying allocation versus assigning, but you know, others can probably speak to this. HR might, but you know, the issue with assigning parking spots is that somebody's going to get jealous if they got the front parking spot, right? And so my allocation comment is that, you know, we would try to manage and would manage, you know, how many, you know, get rented out and how many parking spots get taken up during that time. And so renter A comes and they've got one, they've got two, you know, we would keep up with that allocation,
Well,
if that makes sense.
So eventually you could theoretically be forced into finding a tenant with no vehicle if you'd already used up your allocation.
I don't know if we could do that.
I don't know that you could not based on what
I was
you
gonna
just
say,
said.
you
Yeah.
know, market rate housing, most of the people got a car or
Yeah.
two. You know, it's a little different than affordable housing where we know some of the seniors don't have cars. We know some of the people that don't own a vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Or can't operate, don't have the physical capability to operate one anymore.
Well, yeah.
They have a family member helping them take care.
I think the stumbling block all along has been the number of parking spots. You spent a lot of time with planning board, and you spent a lot of time with Trevor, trying to work through this. So why don't, I don't want to belabor the point, but I know there is concern here about parking, numbers of parking spots. And I think, you made, what I heard was you made pretty good arguments for your case at the planning board. Anybody else want to hear those?
Well, that's where I was going next, but I wanted to try to address that one, just to say that we would agree to that, working through that. You know, we personally.
Excuse me, but you're still gonna be at 83.
That's true. You're right. And so.
I mean, working through is all the numbers, all that stuff, still gonna have 83, and our ordinance requires 107.
That's right. No doubt.
Okay.
And so
The difference of our ordinance would require 107, and you're proposing 83.
Yes, sir.
That's a good starting point. Let's talk.
So the best reference is across the street, Sunset Place. And so they have 54 units and I believe 76 parking spaces.
That's right.
They also have a clubhouse in the amenity area. Pretty familiar with that project because I built it when I used to work for Winfield. You know, I've studied a little bit since we've started talking about parking, and they have not had, I mean, every time I've been by there, there's been empty spaces. Some people do park on Memorial. I personally think they do that because they want to be right there by the street, right in front of their unit. But there's still plenty of open spaces. They have all 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms. We have 1s and 2s. You know, other references, I realize that we're not in Greensboro, we're not in High Point, we're not in Mooresville. I know this is the city of Asheboro, but all of those towns, specifically Mooresville and High Point, have the same ratio that we're proposing, which is 1.25 parking spaces per 1-bedroom unit and 1.5 per 2-bedroom unit. Greensboro, I think, was 1 and 1.5? 1 and 1.5, so a little bit different. You know, so, and no visitor parking requirement in either High Point or Greensboro. I honestly don't remember in Mooresville. I'd have to double check that. But none in Greensboro, none in High Point. And so if you go with those calculations, it would be less than what we have. One of them, sorry, I need my glasses, 75, and the other was 78. So High Point, right, do I?
Want me to hold it for you?
That's right. I got to step back here. So High Point, if you do it per their calculation, it would be 78, and Greensboro would be 75, and so which we have 83. Again, it's going to be our problem. If we didn't think that it wasn't going to work, we wouldn't be proposing. I do and fully acknowledge that it's different than what your ordinance says.
All right, let me interrupt right here, just for 1 second. I don't mean to throw you off. Joe, we've already heard your case and we turned you down. See ya. I'm not asking you to leave, I'm just telling you, if you're waiting for the why.
I figured when I didn't see him here.
Yeah.
You're good to
What's
go.
up, Jack?
You actually got what you asked for.
Thank you so much.
That's my weird sense of humor. All right, I'm sorry.
No, you're totally fine. I mean, if you want me to address any of the other issues, you know, with setbacks and those kinds of things, again, reference across the street, you know, part of Sunset on Memorial is 15-foot setbacks.
When was the across the street built? When did you build that?
That was in 2010, I believe. So on Memorial, it has 15-foot setbacks. I believe on Sunset, we're 25 or 30. Did we confirm that?
I think it's 30.
Okay. So a little bit of a difference, but, you know, again, we tried to work with staff and, you know, make changes to get as much as we could, you know, that we felt like was acceptable.
Let me ask you this. My concern is houses on Lewis Street that back up to that. That's vegetation. So can you describe that? And how much will let people be able to see through to the back of those apartments or whatever?
I mean, there's some existing fencing that's there right now. We would maintain that or refurbish that if needed. I can't remember if the fence is a requirement or not, but if it is, we would. And then just evergreen, you know, some sort of tree that would, you know, grow as high as it could to try to help with that. So,
Are the back of the apartments gonna have any like patio type things?
No,
It's
sir.
just gonna be plain?
that's right.
You have a door going out the back, obviously.
I mean, maybe on the first floor. I mean, we don't show any right now, but possibly on the first floor. Yes, sir. But no balconies anywhere.
All right, council, now's your chance. If you've got concerns.
Yeah, I'd be happy to come back up at the end, you know, if you think of something or something comes up. You know, I'm sure there's gonna be other people speaking.
Well, our big concern is gonna be if there's not enough parking, there's not enough parking. In the end, when it becomes a parking problem, you got no way to fix it. And I believe you had testimony saying that you did just a minute ago, saying our requirements were a little more stringent than other places comparable maybe. Be that as it may, that's what we generally require.
Sure.
And we may need to look at that at some point. That if, the difference, in my mind, the difference in Sunset Place and what you're proposing is market rate as opposed to, low to moderate income. I'm sure and that's why there are 3-bedroom units over there for larger families, possibly only 1 or 2 in the family drive, and, you know, or none. Low to moderate income, some people just don't have cars. I got a guy that rides to work on a bicycle because he doesn't have a car, but he doesn't live there either.
We're gonna provide bicycle racks.
And I was pleased to hear that. You know, put the amenities out there. If you're gonna get market rate, you need the amenities. You need what the people are looking for, and my personal opinion, and I think you ought to put balconies up there, but you're the builder. All right.
Backdoor neighbors didn't want those.
Huh?
Backdoor neighbors did not want those.
I'm sure.
And I don't know that you would want it on Sunset, to be honest. You know, I mean, because sometimes
you gonna look at
more times than
parking
not,
lot.
they build up junk. Yep.
All right, council, if you got questions.
When was the zoning ordinance that required the 107? When was that enacted? Do you know? I mean,
It's been, to my knowledge, unchanged for,
so did they get a variance at Sunset?
the whole block redevelopment is a different category of a project. It's something in order to incentivize new investment and infill development, when you are taking a whole block and converting it to a new use, the parking calculation is actually reduced for those projects.
Because they took that whole block.
Yeah, yeah, and under the theory that by taking a whole block, you have the ability to add additional on-street parking as a part of the project, which is part of what we saw with that. So it's a different category in essence.
All right, well, if council has no more questions, we'll let you sit down for a minute and ask if there's anybody in the room that wants to address the issue with us from another standpoint.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, council. I'm often confused as to whether this is a chamber meeting room or a meat packing room.
Here. I think, I'm sure Kelly and Holly are cold.
Why do you think we weren't coats?
I have
On a coat and tie.
Yes.
I'm actually
Next month I will be wearing one.
I'm comfortable.
Just for our comfort.
Of course.
And we don't want to sit here any longer than we have to.
Engineer of record for the project, and could address any screening, landscaping, or stormwater questions in regards to the plan that's in front of you, if there's any questions for that. I also did provide the letter for the applicant.
The letter regarding the adequate parking.
Yes, sir.
All right, well,
Would have
let me
contention.
ask you, so what recourse do you have as the engineer, or your firm have as the engineering firm, when it's determined a year after, or 6 months after, or when they're leasing these apartments, that there's not adequate parking? There is no recourse. You don't have, you can write that letter all day long and stamp it, but there's no recourse.
Agreed.
It falls on him, and I haven't figured out yet how he's gonna fix it if it becomes a problem.
The recourse is you're not gonna have people renting because there's no parking places available. So that's gonna be the recourse.
And if he can only rent based on the allocation,
Yeah.
and he runs out of parking spaces where he runs out of apartments,
He's upside down.
that's his problem, not ours.
Well, it is.
Yeah.
So,
But at the same time, we don't want a bunch of apartments sitting around empty. We don't want people
Well, I
to
don't
pay
think
a
he
lot.
does either,
I wouldn't,
because-
I wouldn't live there because there's no parking, you know. We are in the midst of a parking crisis now, downtown. Now, it's not residential, but that's fixing to change too.
It's on your agenda item later to be the parking study.
well, not that I'm trying to make testimony for the applicant, but I just, for other reasons, I was at the planning board meeting. It was also pointed out in today's demographics and marketing that many two-bedroom units are rented by one person, whether it be storage space, office, or your sister bought the biggest house in our neighborhood. Other than the wildlife, it's just her. You know, but having said that, I mean, the system that was offered as a condition that Trevor said he believed he could manage, it was amenable. That he's just gonna have to manage his tenant base based on that criteria. I mean, just period. If he runs out of
Well,
spaces,
and
then
you're right.
he hadn't managed it that way. And to answer your questions, what you do about it, you send Chuck down there and he'll audit the books, and that'll be the end of it, and somebody gotta go.
Well,
Is
you're
that
right.
not-
It's not our problem.
But it
Then
could
why we
be.
talking about it?
It could be if you start parking other places.
Do what?
It could be, because you have visitors, you're gonna have other traffic in there besides the tenants, and they're gonna find somewhere to park.
That's,
Down there at the church, across the street, I mean, I'm just saying, you know.
I don't disagree with that.
Wonderland Tattoo.
Do what?
Wonderland Tattoo.
Oh, well, there. You know, and with the exception of the site distance, there is some parking on Cherry there, you know, and Lewis Street has on-street parking constantly. I mean, if you ride up and down through there, I mean, it's just what people do over in that neighborhood.
Cause every house on Lewis Street was built with a one-car driveway. And a garage that you can't get into. So, all right, well,
Just that,
I've made my point. What we strive to do, what I've spent the last 28 years trying to do, was make sure that what we end up with is the best it can be. That we don't approve things that we know will be a problem, or that we don't invite problems unnecessarily. So that's my point in bringing all this up. I don't have a vote, so you don't need to worry about what I think.
The other ordinances that were referenced, we often frequent those for dozens of cities and municipalities, and they are consistent with many, not just downtown districts, but overall city districts with the calculations that were presented. So that is reasoning behind our support of the letter.
And those cities have local transit available to them, so you have more people that do not own a vehicle. You go to Greensboro High Point, you can step out on the curb and catch a bus and go somewhere. But this is Randolph County, and everybody's got two cars.
I get behind the bus every morning on the way downtown. So there is pickup in town, and there is local transit that's available to Greensboro and other places for drop-off. I think part of the reasoning for the applicant to produce a product like this would be in anticipation that that could be used.
And, you know, we're working on that. We want to have that downtown.
Right.
But, we're not quite there yet either.
I guess I don't have to answer the stormwater questions tonight, so
Stormwater question?
I think
We got retention is required.
we've got retention on site, yeah. It's gonna be a condition of it.
No more storm draining is on Sunset, then where's it go?
Here's the problem with that we're actually doubly constrained. The city's gonna put a 10-year pre-post on us, and then also our plans will get sent to Raleigh for DOT before we connect to their catch basin. And we're not gonna be allowed to increase the flow beyond what their catch basin will handle, so we do have to hold back water. And the landscaping was offered. It's slightly different than what's proposed on your site plan. There is a double row of screening provided around the adjacent property to the dumpsters. That was offered at the planning board meeting. And then there was questions earlier in regards to the nature of the screen. It is leyland cypress or some type of evergreen, 6 to 8 foot apart, a continuous hedge. Before those are fully mature, you've got a fence that's completely opaque along that property line. So definitely the residential properties to the rear will have an adequate screen as provided by the conditions.
You know, ultimately, they're gonna mature and start to fall over. The ones we took down at Memorial Park, because it started coming up by the roots.
We want to look at that with staff to see what species of tree would definitely be more, I'd say, in line with a long-term screen. You've got different plants that can be planted there.
There might be something out there, maybe better.
And leyland cypress are very susceptible to ice storms too.
Yeah. All right,
I got a question for Trevor.
Thank you.
thank you.
Is the height restriction in that district what's got you capped at 3 stories?
Yeah, from the city standpoint, yes, it's a 35-foot height limitation.
You want basement parking?
I figure if I take long enough talking to you guys tonight, Reynolds has got some beverages back here. He'll have to leave before he can speak. Drink up. So tonight's been all about parking. So let's talk about practical. I own several apartment complexes. Let's talk about reality.
John, do wrong.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Talking about practical.
Let's talk about practical. First of all, anybody who's in, except for your park out on Humble Mill, you're at 100% absorption and having to grow. Nobody's at 100% absorption. It's a noble thought. Everybody wants to be at 100% absorption. They never are. Banks won't even loan money based on 100% absorption. You're never at 100% absorption. I own an apartment building behind Remax. It's got 4 2-bedrooms and 3 1-bedrooms, 4 cars. It's market rate, not subsidized housing. If you look at it,
Moved in there 100 years ago.
these people, you think I got 100-year-old tenants?
No, I'm talking about the building. It might be market rate, but.
It's market rate, trust me. It might be a little cheaper than what they're gonna build, but let's continue the conversation. I've got Mountain Road Apartments now, that's a little different too, All of those are 2-bedroom, and most of them have, all but 3 or 4 have 1 car. People today want 2 units, even if they're 1 person. Husband and wife, sometimes they got 2 cars, I'll give you that. We spent a lot of money in Asheboro revitalizing downtown, having amenities, and everything that's been built has been subsidized housing. Everything. Beside the table, subsidized housing. The new one at Acme McCreary, beautiful, subsidized housing. You talked about Sunset Place tonight, subsidized housing. We haven't had anything in 3 decades built near the center city that I can think of. You're gonna correct me, I see you coming.
No, I'm just gonna
That's-
say that.
that's new.
The plan for the original Acme building is market rate.
He'll have this $9 million project built before you can get the plans drawn on that Acme plan. He will have it done before you can get the plans drawn. One of the things that always, you talked about downtown parking. I drive those streets all the time. The parking lot at the water tower, you see 2 cars up there. You're lucky it's not that we don't have the parking. People just don't want to walk.
I mean, that's the issue.
Where did we hear that before?
That's the issue. It's here. If we went up to Brooks Pierce, which you know well, in Greensboro, and we found a parking spot on Elm 4 blocks away, we would slide in and look at each other and think we hit the lottery. They will not do that in Asheboro. Don't ask me why. It's the way they've been programmed over the years, and that's the long and short of it. So talking about practicality, they're not going to, it's unreasonable to think that they'll ever be at 100% absorption. They might be when it's brand new with brand new paint. That's possible. Banks won't even loan money without figuring a 15% vacancy rate. Is that right? This property, and Joey, I think you looked at it for a couple different folks, so you can speak to the condition. This property's past its economic life. It's past its economic life. It's deteriorating every day. We've had problems with homeless breaking in, and when it gets cold weather, it's going to happen again. And this is our major corridor coming into town. You know, there were a lot of conversation. I remember the meeting well. There was a lot of conversation when we did Sunset Place, if you remember. People concerned about subsidized housing. Well, here it is 10 years later, about 10. Nash was the superintendent. You tell me how it looks. How'd it turn out? How's it look today? So I would say to you, any good landlord, and I think these guys are going to have to be, if you spend $9 million, you're going to manage your tenants. You're going to manage, you're going to know. The first question on the application is automobiles, tag number, how many drivers in the household. It's one of the very first questions. And it's an important question. So if you think that everybody, you know, we had one of the planning board members just this week was doing quick math, and all the 2 bedrooms times 2 and all the 1 bedrooms times 1, that's not practical. That's not the way it works. It is absolutely not the way it works. Sometimes it's a parent, a single mother, single dad with 1 child that's underage. We built the amenities downtown. We want the people to come. We want them to have ability to enjoy those amenities, but we haven't furnished any market rate housing. None. We haven't, not in the center city. Well, yeah, I'm hesitant to get into tax base. That's not what you guys are supposed to consider when you look at a project. Maybe you do in the back of your mind. It's not supposed to be an argument. But I think a $9 million new project there, as opposed to what's sitting there deteriorating, might be good for Asheboro. And if you spend $9 million, you're pretty apt to keep it up. You're pretty apt to manage it properly. I know if it's my $9 million, which I don't have, I'm going to take care of it. I'm going to look after it, and I'm going to make sure it's done properly. So I don't know about other cities, and I think Nash made a comment, and I think he was right to say we know this isn't Greensboro. It's not High Point. It's not Mooresville. It's not Raleigh. It's not any of those things. But those calculations work in high-density center city areas and those areas. And if we want to grow and be recognized as a coming community, some of those regulations we're going to have to tweak. We're going to have to tweak to get up to speed. And Reynolds did a bunch of them, and he did a good job. Came up the other night about, Reynolds was concerned, he's going to bring this up again, so I guess I'll mention it now, but I would like to reserve the opportunity.
You let him do it.
You want to let him do it? Sure. Then I'll rebut? Okay, that's all right.
We'll hear from everybody.
You're getting a headache, David. My point
no,
is.
I feel like you're talking down to me.
No, I'm not.
It's time to sit down.
I'm just saying that this is a viable project.
No doubt.
And I'm not trying to.
And our only concern
is parking. I understand. I get it. And I get your point. But 85% absorption is the standard with everything I deal with. 85%. Not talking down to you, David. We go too far back for me to do that.
Is it 85%?
You still
All right.
Don't have no parking space.
Reynolds, your turn.
85%.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No, I said you still have no parking space.
First, take a moment of privilege. I would like to congratulate Trevor on his new title. I think that is wonderful. It's great for the town. And I want to thank you for being mayor since forever, as I can remember. And
I've been mayor all that time. But
I am totally disoriented because it's been 12 years or better since I stood at this podium other than the other night. And I want to face this way. You guys are supposed to be over there. I'm totally disoriented. But yeah, it's late. I've been here. I've done this. I had a lot to say, but basically, I'll just put it down to this. The problem with this project And everything Trevor said about the plan, what we want there, what the developers want to do, the quality of the housing market rate housing, everything is spot on, except this project is too intense for the property it's sitting on. That creates all the problems with setbacks, parking, all the amenities that we try to get people to bring to town when they bring projects to us are being skimped because the project is on too little ground. That's simple. All the other issues that we spent hours talking about extend from that one problem. Trevor pointed it out in your analysis, and that's what I had to say in a very quick nutshell.
Thank you, sir.
Like you've
Questions?
done this before.
What?
It's almost like you've done this before.
Maybe. I did just retire again from consulting with the town of Liberty, and pretty much done with my professional testimony at hearings, so I consider myself a retiree now.
You hired
Last time
gun
I
now?
saw you, you told me I needed to catch up with you.
I told you, you need.
And March 14th, I catch up
And I
with
was
you.
worried about the mayor. And some of you other guys too. I've seen you around a lot.
Anyone else?
Please consider my opinions on this.
I'm sorry you had to wait. I should have let you go ahead of him.
No,
Should have.
I was gonna let him go anyway. I'm Nicole Patino. I'm here on behalf of Nicholas Duggins, who is one of the homeowners in an adjoining property.
On Lewis Street.
Yes.
Okay.
So his property butts right up to this proposed development. And I'm gonna say kind of.
Pull the microphone down and speak to the microphone, please.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, I didn't want to touch it. Okay, good. You know, they always say, don't do it. Okay. So his property backs up to this proposed development, and I'm gonna echo a lot of what has been said. He does want development. He does want to see something in this property, but concerns come down to density of the project and the parking. So one concern, and thank you guys for bringing up a lot of this, but as a resident in the backyard, concerns about noise pollution and light pollution are a big concern, particularly because this street is comprised of older families and families with children. So this is gonna be a lot to impose on that street. And what makes this different than the Sunset Place apartments, which is compared to regularly, is that this does butt up against an entire residential street. So it's very different in that families are going to be impacted by this unit. In fact, one of the neighbors is going to be just feet from the dumpster, and the double screening is great, but there are still concerns about rodents and noise and lots of things that may be as a result of putting that up against a residential property. The parking concern, so we've talked about the deficit. We've talked about other major cities and how this parking can work. But one thing that you guys hit on is that public transit is available. In Charlotte and Greensboro, where there is a reduced need for parking, there's a bus system. There's the Amtrak, there's the light rail, and we just don't have that. Even in High Point, there is a bus system. Our concern here is that with the deficit of parking, even if there is assigned parking, people are going to find other places to park. So particularly on South Cherry, if they start parking, and they're going to park in both directions because that's what people do, and they do that on McCrary, which is the other adjoining street, it's going to be very difficult for emergency vehicles to get through. So our biggest concern is that a house burns down because the fire truck can't get through there, because we've got to figure out how to park 25 additional cars. Our concern is that a kid's going to die because the ambulance can't figure out how to navigate 25 additional cars on these streets. And, you know, you guys are here and you've talked about it. The goal is to promote the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of Asheboro, and we want growth. We just think a smaller development that would accommodate the parking, that would contain everything, and be supported by the infrastructure would be more appropriate for this location. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
All right, HR. Rebuttal.
I've upset you once, I don't know if I need to go.
Go ahead, I'll give you another shot at it.
I just think that Asheboro needs that property improved. And if this isn't approved, we have Winfield Property, took a look at it, actually had it under contract. They didn't think that we would have subsidized housing approved at this time at that location, and they aborted. And that's what they would have put there. They had it under contract.
We're anxious for market rate.
I know you are. I know you are. We need it. So, again, and I didn't mean to push you. Certainly, my apologies if you felt I was talking negative. But, you know, we need it. And Sunset needs it. Sunset needs to be cleaned up. It looks terrible. It looks terrible. It's not going to look any better until somebody does something. And the economics are the problems when you have to pay the price for the property and do the engineering, the site development,
All the
build 'em.
stormwater and all.
One thing I did,
Everything.
everything. I mean, it's expensive. It's expensive. One thing I did like about this one, a lot of these that you see today are built with vinyl siding and fairly cheap exterior products. And you heard Trevor talk about, he used hardy board, that's a brand, but the solid surface on the outside and brick, that's meant to last over time. And that's quality construction. Quality construction is important. I don't know. I think if you're a good landlord, and I think these guys will be, that you keep your eye on the number of, and you're gonna have visitors, of course you are. I mean, you know, we approved, you guys approved, and it wasn't built. The event center there, if you had a wedding or something like that, you'd really had a large traffic concern, a really large traffic concern. I don't know how we fix parking. I don't think we're ready to build parking garages yet. We talked about it. I don't think we're ready to do that, and you can't do that on an apartment complex. You just can't. It's too expensive. And a lot of the larger cities have abandoned some of the parking garages, frankly. They're not working. So I'd like to see you approve it. I think I understand the other citizens' concerns. I do. And for the sake of progress and tax base and improvement of our community, I would suggest you approve it, but you guys are going to vote your conscience, and that's what you should do. Thank you. Unless you got a question for me.
Well, what I was gonna comment on, in the lady's commentaries about parking in the project and all like that, I think, I listened and heard what she said. I just wanted to make a comment about the possibilities of how much or how little, on-street parking that possibly could be on Cherry, as she was concerned about the vehicles, things of that nature. As in the Taco Loco case earlier this evening, that's manageable in a matter of a different operation. If as John suggested, if that needs to be looked at to mark, if there is room to mark some off, or if there's not room and there needs to be signs put up to prevent it before it happens. That's a municipal act.
That's correct.
Certainly off the
It would not be
intersection.
part of this application or part of this condition, but I'd say that to say, we're not ignoring your concern in your presentation. It is real, it is accurate, and no matter whether this passes or fails, that would be monitored.
We're experiencing growing pains. We just are, and I get it. I get it. There's no perfect solution.
And you're right about this looking better. That is a property I've had numerous complaints on when the property management company was dumping piles of dirt there and piles of concrete. And I'd have to send Chuck over to get those moved.
Address those issues.
So-
And we had a number of,
Anything, what you are presenting here looks a lot better than what's there currently.
well, we've had a number of break-ins, frankly, with homeless people. It's in, one of the back rooms had 50 hypodermic needles in it when I went through. So it'd be nice to clean it up. Maybe this isn't the project. I think it is, but I think it'll look good. It's a lot of money. You can't spend $9 million and not look after it. You just can't. You just can't. So that's what I would say to that. I have a lot more confidence in the developer than that.
Oh, that's building.
Any other questions?
Gotcha.
Thanks.
That's the way to go to call, that's all I said.
Yeah.
If you didn't have to move all them telephone poles, you could have. They've done all they do. They've got process that storm drain over 8 feet. Oh, don't. What's wrong?
Anybody have any thoughts?
Tough decision here, man.
Well, I guess the question and the elephant in the room is there any thought to managing the project with fewer units? To say, 48 units rather than, what?
52.
52, 45 or 48. Is that doable?
Come on
Make
up.
the ratio different, or is it, you have to have 52 units to make it economically viable?
I mean, density is the name of the game.
Well, I get that.
And, that's where we landed. And we really feel comfortable with the parking with it, honestly. Again, recognize that it doesn't meet your ordinance, but developing other properties in Mooresville with that ratio.
When, just to help the council understand, when tenant wants to rent apartment 3B, there's no space marked 3B, how do they know where to park and which one is theirs? Typically, people have an assigned parking. I know you want your landlord, or manager will, but how would, so the council understands, how would that person, when they go to meet the management agent and they want to look at it and, well, where do I park my car? How does that work?
I mean, quite honestly, when we try to avoid assigned parking, right? I mean, that's not the ideal situation, but again, if that's what we need to do, that's what we'll do.
But I guess I understand you try to avoid it, but
Yeah.
to help the council, when the tenant comes and asks where do I park, there's not assigned parking? You can park anywhere in this marked spaces, or what do you tell the tenant?
I mean, normally that's what happens, yes, sir. Again, if you're saying that we need to assign
I don't
3B
think
a
the
spot,
council is. I think you're offering them a different rationale,
yes, sir.
and you spoke eloquently towards it. The question is, we're just asking for the edification of the council, how does your manager handle that issue? I mean, typically, I know in some larger jurisdictions, they may actually, Mr. Bell was just telling me his daughter lives in Nashville and rents in Nashville. You pay more, you pay for,
For
my
parking.
daughter lives in Brooklyn.
That's right.
If you think, you rent a car, sometimes your parking
Parks your
space
car
costs as
100
much,
miles
it costs as much as your apartment.
Sure.
So-
At our large complexes, what we've done, and it's what so much a ratio is a policing thing, but it ends up in the same procedure. You have a numbered sticker and it's in your windshield.
And that lets you know you
And
can
if you're not where you're supposed to be, or if
Okay.
a car is there that does not have that sticker on it, then you know that's not a resident or a tenant.
I was just curious, I don't.
You know, and it had our logo with the number. Didn't have the unit, obviously, you didn't want that kind of identification. but-
Managers get to know everybody too,
Yeah,
they know what they
I
drive.
was just asking to help the council.
Yeah.
That's the only thing, I thought you were asking for identification. Earlier, I was saying
Oh, yeah.
that we might
I'm
not
just
park
asking
the
what
spaces.
your answer
But,
was.
but we would just have to manage it.
He'd rent you a unit, and then if you had enough money, you could rent a space, a parking space. If you couldn't afford the parking space, then you can't afford a car.
That's right.
I mean, that's what happens up there.
But the point about that is there's.
But it's a
public
method
transportation.
that polices it.
Well, and I think it also drives to your other question is, you could go much taller. You can go beyond the 42 feet or whatever. It was on the other one, but some of that may be addressed if we had a height difference.
Then you got an elevator expansion.
Well, we do have,
You go
though, we
forward.
do have the
That's
public
right.
safety firefighting equipment and do have the trained firefighters to go taller.
We got a truck if you got the elevator.
I'm just saying that you brought up that is a
Yeah.
good point too.
You can ask for that variance as well. And we don't have any depth restriction. Depth.
That's correct.
We have no depth.
Yes. Just don't hit the sewer line.
Yeah.
I only mention that because it's just a new issue for the council.
Sure.
And you can obviously tell they're struggling to figure out what to do.
No, I understand.
Mr. Mayor, if I may add just a short sentence or two. What I've seen in my professional experience is that when projects don't have the parking they need, it spills over in the neighborhoods. And for instance, I had a friend relative in Arlington where projects were built in his neighborhood, and for years, people came home at 5 o'clock, parked in front of their house. Last time I visited him prior to his passing away, you couldn't find a parking place on your street, no less in front of your house, from the projects spilling over into the neighborhood. So what are amenities become externalities, which become expenses for the citizens. And that's the problem with too much intensity on a piece of property. Ultimately, you got 2 tenants fighting over a parking place, the police will respond.
And that's the same as the lady who represented Mr. Duggins. That's what she was saying. It's the
And
same.
if,
She's concerned, the folks on Lewis Street are concerned about this, the half little circle.
if somebody were to park in front of, Alberto Gonzalez's house on Lewis Street, they not walking up Cherry Street and around the corner, they're walking through his yard. Hmm?
There's fencing.
There will be a fence there.
There's some already existing, but yes, sir.
Okay.
I may believe it's the whole way right now. Yeah, thought it was the whole way. I haven't walked.
All right, well, council,
What kind of fence, I mean, who built that fence, the property owner,
I don't know if that happened per parcel or if it was something to do with the church, probably the church.
what about some
yeah,
kind of
that-
actual
that
fence?
came with the church a long time ago.
I mean, that,
No, it is. It's a wood fence. And again, if we need to refurbish that, yeah.
some kind of screening fence between, on those property owners there, I mean, instead of the vegetation, some kind of green fence there, I mean,
Well, I thought they was proposing both.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
code,
it's gonna have both. So there's existing wood fence there now, and if something needs to be fixed to maintain that, we would do that. And then we're also proposing the vegetated buffer. Or showing it.
You ready for a motion?
I am ready for a motion.
In the interest of moving forward, in a case like this, I like to make the motion in favor of the applicant, and then the procedure will go whichever way it goes. So I will make a motion to approve this request consistent with the planning board itself recommendation and their weight of the factors that they considered. I will, and the applicant is amenable to the conditions as presented to approve the rezoning request before us. Now, you have a motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Mr. Burks. Discussion.
Well,
There you go.
we've got an ordinance that says that we need 107 spaces. Now, we can debate the merit of that ordinance from now on. And if we want to address that later, that's fine. But based on our current ordinances and our current, and you're not talking about 3 or 4 spaces. I could look, I could do that. You're talking about 24 spaces. Even if you drop your 15%, occupancy down there, you still don't have enough spaces. Based on that, you do decrease it by 15 or 16, but you still don't have enough. And for that reason, I just don't think this is the right, that the property's is not big enough to handle what they're trying to accomplish. And that's my 2 cents.
And I agree.
let me say this, that property is an eyesore now, I hate passing by there, since the church has gone out, and there's a main drag into town, and, we need something there bad, but I just think this is too many houses for this property, too many residents for this property, to fit in this property.
With that stormwater retention and or elevator, I don't know what you're gonna do. I'm just saying, I don't know. I agree with you, I don't even agree with me. But, But I built enough of this kind of stuff, I know how many units it takes to pay for that stormwater, I know how many units that you don't have to pay for that elevator. It's
tough.
it is what it is. But,
You know,
what y'all think down there?
It's been said, I mean, I agree with Bill and Joey. I think it's too big of a project. And we have an ordinance for a reason.
Everybody raise your hand.
We have an ordinance for a reason.
You know, we hear often that the numbers don't work, I gotta have this many units, whatever, and I'm not disputing anything you're saying. But if that were always true every time we heard it, nobody'd be building the damn thing.
Like I said, if it was 2 or 3 spaces, we're talking significant amount based on our ordinance.
Yeah,
And I don't know,
What you wish for.
if we open the,
If somebody comes back up here with 2x4s and vinyl siding and 10-year shingles, and the numbers work, then what you gonna do?
you
we
can't
got,
put vinyl
we
siding
got
in there.
that up and down Sunset now.
Design code won't let you put vinyl siding in that area.
Just fire.
I'm just saying.
So, all right,
You're right.
I have a motion in a second.
we got a motion and a second. And plenty of discussion. We're gonna do this by a show of hands. All in favor of passing the motion to approve, raise your hand. Got 4. Jeff, that's what you got, 4?
Yes, sir.
All right.
There was 4?
Mr. Swears and Mr. Bale.
Ooh, you want me to vote?
No, that was more than I expected.
And you got them all. Y'all got them over there.
Yep, and, if you are voting to deny this, voting against the motion, raise your hand now. 1, 2, 3. It passes 4-3. Don't embarrass us. And HR, I apologize. Yeah, but I was rude to you.
My next report,
All right.
I just couldn't. My gut is telling me.
Mr. Nuttall, are you still here? Okay, this is, I will open a quasi judicial hearing.
I'm gonna go pay you later.
Anybody, SUP 24-01, special use permit request for 749 Pineview. And anybody that is planning to speak has to be sworn,
correct.
right?
Yes, sir. That's right.
But you expecting a lot of people to speak?
This would be the appropriate time, Mayor, to affirm.
Anybody that plans to speak to the council regarding this request would need to be sworn over in front of Holly. Yep, just go over there.
See you, man. Tell your family we said hello.
Do you affirm and shall do this counsel shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. This application is filed to request a special use permit for property located at 749 Pineview Road. The property totals 16.5 acres. It's identified by a single parcel number. The purpose of the application is to authorize new land uses within the Back Creek Lake watershed under a special intensity allocation. The applicant is H.R. Gallimore on this request. The application has been signed onto by the property owner. The requested use would be for manufacturing, processing, and assembly with wholesale distribution and storage uses also permitted. It's those additional uses that really is triggering the special use permit hearing this evening. Previously, we had a manufacturing process assembly use. Universal Fibers was on the property, and had been granted a special intensity allocation for its operation. Because there's a prospective user of the facility looking to do some additional activities on the property, the code requires you to hear this application. And I'll show this in pictures and maps. As you know, if you're familiar with the property, there's one entrance into the subject property from Pine View Road. This is just west of the Pine View Street widening that is scheduled hopefully to begin next year. It's STIP U 5711. We note that the Norfolk Southern Railroad is adjacent to the subject property on the eastern side. This site is located with the Back Creek Lake watershed. That is the property drains to a city reservoir, and so there are heightened restrictions for development within those reservoir areas. Regulations state that new built-upon area has a limit. There's a maximum amount of built-upon area that can be put down on property within the watershed. And those allocations, those approvals for built-upon area are tied to a specific use. So again, we're here this evening to make the request to expand what's permitted to occur on the site. The site plan that I've distributed from the applicant is from an Alta survey that showed existing conditions from 2015. So what that means to us is that there is no additional built-upon area that's proposed with the application. Our expectation would be is if there were additional built-upon area that's proposed by the user, that would be shown on the site plan. Since it's not, we don't expect there to be any additional built-upon area occurring with any future development. You may remember that the way the state watershed rules work, you are allowed to assign these special intensity allocations for 10% of the reservoir area. And so we have done that in a number of cases over the last 30 years, and presently we have about 45 acres of allocation still remaining for future development that may need it within the reservoir area. It's important to note, and this is helpful for us, is that because there was a prior allocation authorized for the site and because there's no additional built-upon area requested with the application, there's not an impact to what the city retains as far as allocable area. So that is helpful for other projects that may need that consideration. Also note in our analysis in 6 that the approval of a special intensity allocation does not affect those watershed development regulations that are primarily intended to protect water quality. The expectation, the city would require that all watershed protection rules would remain in effect should you grant the approval here this evening. Some of that pertains to the prohibition of underground fuel storage tanks. That's something that would not be permitted within the reservoir area. If there is any storage of what is defined by state or federal law as hazardous materials, the city requires a submission of a spill prevention, containment, and control plan. That's a plan that has to be prepared by a qualified professional that's competent in such development. Those plans are then shared with emergency services and other city resources to be aware of the presence of such materials. So that is already built into the city code and would be required for hazardous material storage. As I said, there's no new built-upon area that's shown or no indication of improvements. That includes no indication of any open storage activity that may occur in the property. We think it's reasonable to expect that some open storage may occur on existing built-upon area. What we propose with conditions for this project is that if that does, actually, it's not even a condition. It would be required by code anyway. If open storage occurs on the property, there would have to be open storage screening consistent with the city requirements. And so that is built into the ordinance without the need for any condition. So just to illustrate the location and the configuration of the property, this is on the south side of Pine View Street, right at the Norfolk Southern line. The property outlined in red, parcel A. Any other parcel with a letter is adjoining landowner who received notice from the city about the hearing. We have properly advertised and noticed the matter this evening. The purple area on this map, both the dark purple and the lighter purple denote industrial zoning. So this is a prominent industrial corridor, obviously, for the city. We do still have some residual residential areas. We saw rezoning this evening on Pine View, east of this location within that residential area, but in large part, particularly west of the rail, this is a prominent industrial sector. You can see the various rail main line and spurs that are in the area. You can see the location of city infrastructure as well. And here's the aerial map showing the built-upon area and development as it sits. This is the Alta survey that the applicant provided showing its essentially existing conditions and the no expansion of the building or other built-upon areas that are proposed. As we look at the requirements of the code, this is not a rezoning that's occurring here this evening. This is a quasi-judicial hearing where you are to receive evidence from the applicant pertaining to compliance with the city requirements for a special use permit. Those are outlined in 5.0530. They state that project must minimize built-upon surface areas. Projects must direct stormwater away from surface areas or surface waters. Project must incorporate best management practices to minimize quality impacts. Projects must be connected to City of Asheboro Water and Sewer. And fifth, projects must provide a positive economic benefit or housing opportunities to the community. Those are the basis for you considering a special use permit for the project. Those determinations are based on findings of fact that you render after receiving testimony from the applicant. Those are the 4 standard findings of fact that you should weigh and consider evidence that's presented to you from the applicant in order to grant the special use permit. So I will keep these up on the screen because they are important as you hear testimony. Before I turn it over to the applicant, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening.
A lot of people here tonight. I'm Greg Davis. I'm making a request on the property at 749 Pine View Road in Asheboro for new land use, a change of the SIA permit. I'm the owner-operator of Alternative Performance Technologies. I'm currently located in the county as a tenant, and we have outgrown our current facility. Our company's focus is steel fabrication and erection, and our projects cover most of the southeast United States. H.R. Gallimore is the broker for the property, and I've asked him to speak at this time.
David, you tired of seeing me tonight?
Depends on how much you got to say.
Very, very little. I don't ever believe there's a layup, but this was Total Ram Fabrics in the day, and then it's been synthetic fiber production for its lifetime. That process changed, and unfortunately for Asheboro, they moved that whole project over to Mount Gilead, North Carolina, or Norwood. Who wants to be over there, right? But they're there nevertheless, and this is residual property that they had on the market for a while. I'm not the first broker, but Greg came to me looking for a location, and this works for what he needs it to do. The building is fully sprinkled. There is a Duke Energy substation at the back of the property. They have access via permanent dedicated easement for that. Property is fully fenced. It does have rail, although Mr. Davis doesn't plan on using rail at this time. If he ever chose to do so, he'd have to talk to the staff and talk about reallocating the amount of land that's used based on the 1070, which is known as a regulation, which is known as SIA. I understand I need to go through the permit test, so we're going to spend just a moment to do that. First test is the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety if located where proposed and according to the plan that's submitted and approved. It's zoned industrial. he has an industrial use. He can use the building as it exists. He plans on certainly improving the building, but making no footprint change to any of the hard surface or to the building itself. The second point, that it meets all required conditions and specifications of the zoning ordinance. I think we've gone to great lengths many years ago. You saw the Alta survey, you've seen the permit, zoning's in place, so I think all that's in the ordinance and is being complied with. That the use not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. I gotta say, to improve this one, grass has kind of grown up, to get this thing back up to speed, not only wouldn't hurt adjoining properties, but it would probably enhance the value of adjoining properties. Number 4, that the location, character of the use, if developed according to the plan is submitted and approved, will be in harmony with the area in which it's located and in general conformity of the plan as development of Asheboro and its envisions. That's what this corridor is about. It's got, we got a rock quarry, we've got what used to be Goodyear, we've got Star Pet. I mean, this is an industrial corridor, and its logistics are good. It's right off the interstate, it's easy to get to, and it works well, and it's owned correctly. As I understand it, we also need to make sure we do cover the things that the 1070 or the SIA requires. One, the project must minimize built-upon surface area. Got an ALTA survey in place that shows that exactly. Project must direct stormwater away from surface waters. I think that's all settled years ago. They're making no changes in the property whatsoever, or the footprint or the parking lot. As I understand it, I did ask, I understand in the day, Total Ram Fabric said 250 employees there. Sound about right, John?
That's right.
So there's a lot of paved surface already at the property that was approved for the previous SIA. Project must incorporate best management practices to minimize quality impacts. I don't know that Greg has gotten a best management plan together, but I think simply by following code, ordinance, and regulation, he'd have to follow best management practices, would be my opinion of that. Projects must be connected to the City of Asheboro water and sewer, and it is sprinkled. I think I mentioned that. It's a fully sprinkled building. And it must provide a positive economic benefit to or housing opportunity to the community. I certainly think that to get a viable business in there will help the economics of Asheboro. I did chat with him earlier. We even talked to Crystal Geddes. He may get some building redevelopment grant. That remains to be seen. Would like to think he could. He has about 15 employees now, and he'd like to double those. I think his latest project was at Camp Lejeune, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? One of your latest, we got several projects going.
We have 5 projects.
And he's doing some quotes down at Charleston, bless his heart. So any questions for me, I'll be glad to answer if I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, that's exciting.
Questions, anybody?
Well, talking about the stormwater, that, if you go across the railroad tracks, it doesn't apply, right? That's expanded, and that's been expanded in the last several years. So, I mean, you can say watershed, but it's kind of like on the periphery, and it's only because it's been changed. I ran into that up the road, so.
It's a little questionable, but it is.
Well, it is, and I mean, we've got to address that, but my point was that it's not sitting in the middle of the water. Huh?
You're gonna kick it out of watershed.
Yeah, well, we can't do that, so.
Corps of Engineers.
Yeah, but that's being on the very edge of it and everything, the impact will be minimal, if any.
Any other questions?
I just wanted to be sure, in your manufacturing process, you'll be putting water into the sewer, and it won't be will yet. Will there be any problems about that? About what?
We don't really use water in the process. It's steel fabrication.
Okay.
So, we don't typically use water other than for the restrooms and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, his usage is just domestic. He doesn't have any industrial.
Okay, excuse me, I just wanted to be sure.
You're talking about entering into the stormwater.
The sanitary sewer, yeah. It would, okay.
And Mr. McCaskill, as part of the city's permitting and occupancy process, Water Resources is notified when we have new businesses make application for occupancy. And so if there is a need based on the operation for industrial user permit, that process will be handled as a part of our internal protocol.
Thank you. All right. Council, what are your thoughts?
Mayor, I move we approve the, special use permit.
Have a motion by Mr. Bell to approve the, special use permit based on the fact that the testimony shows that, they believe they've met all the conditions, all the 4 requirements. And do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Togden, thank you. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Sir, congratulations. I think you've got a fine piece of property up there. And I'm glad somebody came along that could make that work, because it was very specialized and actually a pretty good bargain, I think, for.
Got you some square feet. And plenty of fabrication to practice on.
Yeah. Room to grow.
So, good luck in Asheboro here.
Got big plans for it, so.
And it's exciting
Thank you.
about the projects you have and the future of your business. That's really exciting.
Well, thank
I'm
you
glad
so
to have you inside the city.
Welcome to Asheboro.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Y'all take care now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
HR, you don't have another one, do you?
I missed the ballgame, what'd you say?
You don't have another one, do you?
That's
No,
right.
no, I'm in bad manners to leave her.
Not with permission.
You trying to run me off?
All right,
Lame duck getting sassy, ain't it?
Mr. Roney, you beat me to it. Design build contract amendment number 1 for the Wolf Speed Water Main.
Good evening. We are continuing to make progress on getting some pipe in the ground. Just to remind you that the January 11th general regular meeting, you approved the GMP for Phase 1, which was $5,034,600 to provide the pre-construction services. It's the 75% design. This project, as you recall, as I've given you updates, we've divided it into 4 phases, so each design team can take an area to work in, and there are areas that are more susceptible to construction quicker. So Phase 4, as you remember, is the section from Eastern Randolph High School to the county line, and that is a part of the project that's easy DOT right-of-way, very few environmental impacts. So we can start getting pipe in the ground there pretty quickly with very few permitting issues, we hope. But tonight I'm coming to you to present to you the First Amendment to the GMP. And remember that we're on the deadline to have water to Wolf Speed by January 1, 2026. The amendment is in your agenda packet, and it is to approve early procural for material. Basically buying the pipe and fittings for that for Phase 4, which would be the first phase of construction. Withers is designing that section, and they have provided us the 30% drawings. We've looked at those. According to the schedule, we should have their 75% drawings next week, and they'll be able to start their permitting with that. And that way, early procural allows us to go ahead and order the pipe, have it on site, ready to go, so once the permit's in place, they can start digging. And the pipe can be delivered just tomorrow when you order it, so we do need to get the order in.
Really?
Yes, so
What's happened?
there's demand for pipe. So,
I was gonna say, the pipe, we had to wait for pipe.
huge demand for pipe, yeah, that's what I'm saying, I just said, it's not gonna be delivered tomorrow, but
Oh,
we're.
not going, I thought you
No,
said it would be
but-
delivered
but
tomorrow.
Our supplier's in the room tonight, and we're gonna get the pipe.
Not a chance.
It's,
All right, what
He's
was,
gotta pick himself up first though, before he's gonna say anything.
Exactly.
Because he heard that it's gonna be delivered tomorrow.
I really thought
You misheard me, I'm sorry.
would be delivered tomorrow. and
No.
I thought, whoa.
It won't be, no.
it's critical to the point of that conversation about which size, they're gonna upgrade this.
Okay.
If they don't know at this minute,
Yes.
There'll be no switching it, I mean,
No,
in a.
exactly.
In a timely manner. We're having, I mean, we're 10 months out on certain size concrete pipe, I mean.
But the design team has provided us with the 2 technical memos that were required for pipe sizing with the hydraulic model. And they've also given us a technical memo for location of the project. The actual, it's listing properties where they think they're gonna need easements and all those things. That has been provided to us, it's done. So we're moving along quite well.
What kind of pipe?
It's ductile iron pipe.
And what's your lead time on that now?
We can get you pipe by December 1st.
Okay. If we order it now, and we wanna be digging, we wanna be digging January 1. That's the plan, so.
Better order it tomorrow.
Mhm.
Is this the section, I missed this.
It's the this is the phase 4, which is the last section from Eastern Randolph High School to the county line to get us to
But
full
it's
speed.
not where they proposed maybe to go to 24 inches?
No, that we're not there yet, so,
Okay.
yeah,
Different phase.
different phase. Mhm.
That, this is further east than that.
But once again, this is the easiest part of the project to construct. The fewest environmental impacts, the best property to put it on with the DOT right away. It's wide open, so it's.
Are you looking
good
for
sort
a
of place.
motion to approve this?
I need motion for the council to allow the city manager to execute Amendment 1.
By reference?
No, just
Okay.
allow him to execute this.
All right, I'll entertain a
amendment.
motion to approve, or grant authority to the manager to, approve contract amendment 1 and order this pipe.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion where?
Motion there, second here.
Okay, Mr. Chogden and Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion? All in
I
favor,
just
say
want
aye.
it noted, his delivery date is recorded into the record.
That's why he
And
thought it.
perjury and penalty of law.
That's why.
These things slip, guys, I'm just telling you.
Yeah. And like I
I
said,
bought a lot of pipe from American, and they do a great job, but it's a different world out there.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? John, you have your marching orders there.
Got that, Mayor?
Thank you.
Michael. Mr. Leonard, you and, Ms. Reeves are gonna take 8A, HVAC at the library.
9, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, my glasses are on the end of my nose. 9A.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Advertisements for bids for the City of Asheboro Public Library HVAC upgrade were published with a bid opening date of July 12th, 2024 at 2 p.m. here in the council chambers. At that advertised time, there were only 2 bidders present. Therefore, the project was re-advertised and the bid opening date was October 8th, 2024 at 2 p.m. At 2 p.m. on October 8th, 3 bidders were present. You have in your packets a bid tabulation from the engineering department showing the results of that bid. The lowest responsive bidder was PEG Contracting, Inc., DBA 35 North of Durham, North Carolina, with a bid of $749,000, plus an alternate of $10,000 for removal of the existing boiler, for a total of $759,000, and staff recommends approval of the bids, or of this bid, with the alternate for the total contract amount of $759,000.
Questions?
And Mayor, we've discussed about this. The system we've got as old as when the building was added on, 95. And it runs around the clock. It heats and cools at the same time. It's a very antiquated, very expensive system. Michael and his team have done a great job. Jimmy Cagle getting all this together. Mr. Holt's here, obviously, for this reason. And we're ready to get started.
Okay, motion?
Mayor, I move we approve the lowest responsible bid to PEG Contracting together with the alternate bid amount for a total of $759,000.
Second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Heath? Discussion, excuse me.
Does this include all the wiring, everything goes along with it?
Yes, this
And
is
is there
for,
any renovation they're going to do to get up in the ceiling and put it back and all that, or wherever, I don't know how it's fed up there, but.
so what's included is 8 individual units, on the roof, and it's everything pertinent to those units. And then one unit, and those, all 3 of the, or all 8 of those units are gonna be gas units. The reason why we chose gas was because there wasn't enough sufficient electric to feed the heat pumps. There will be 1 heat pump in the basement, but that's included as well.
Okay. But if anything that gets removed, and it gets put back, it's included?
That's
in
correct.
that?
Yes.
Wiring or anything of the units? Air
Yes.
conditioning, all that stuff? Okay. Just wanna make sure there won't gonna be any extras.
Any other questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries. Ross, you did away with your overdue fines. Yeah. You might want to put them back.
It's a lot of overdue fines, Mayor.
Every penny helps. All right, and we have a, general fund amendment to go with that.
Ms. Reed.
Yes, Mayor, I do. I will have to say that the information about the alternate never made it to me, so, or I overlooked it. So I prepared the ordinance to amend the general fund for, under the price of $749,000. So I will have to come back to you next month for $10,000 more, and I apologize for that oversight. But in your budget, packets is an ordinance to amend the general fund, allocating an additional, moving $249,000 from the facilities maintenance and repair budget to the maintenance and repair budget at the library in order to cover the shortfall that was in the budget using the figure of 749. I had $500,000 in the budget already approved when we approved the budget in June, so just 249,000 was needed. But again, I will need to come back with another budget amendment for the additional 10,000. But for this one, I would request that you adopt this by reference.
Questions? I'll entertain a motion to approve by reference.
Mayor, I move we adopt this ordinance to amend the general fund by reference.
Mr. Burks is a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Swears. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Leonard, you and Ms. Reeves have 10A, which is terminal building design bid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You have in your packets work authorization number 3 between the City of Asheboro and W.K. Dixon for the design and bid administration of a new terminal building located just south of the existing terminal building at the Asheboro Regional Airport. This work is eligible for non-primary entitlement funding with a 90-10 split, and the city will be responsible for $43,605, and staff recommends approval of work authorization 3 by, work authorization 3, excuse me.
It's not hard to approve something when somebody's gonna give you that much to go with it. We don't have to put up 43.
Right.
Questions of Mr. Leonard? I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move we approve work authorization number 3.
Have a motion by Mr. Bell. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Heath. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ms. Reeves?
Mayor and council, I have 2 budget amendments for this item. The first one is an ordinance to amend the general fund appropriating from fund balance 10% match, $43,605. This $43,605 will be transferred to the airport project. I recommend adoption of by reference for the ordinance to amend the general fund.
Questions? May I have a motion?
Mayor, I'll make the motion that we approve this ordinance to amend the Airport Improvements Fund number 2 by reference.
Have a motion by Ms. Heath. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Burks. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay, following the ordinance to amend the general fund that you guys just approved, I have an ordinance to amend the airport improvements fund. This ordinance appropriates the funding for $436,049, with $392,444 coming from grant proceeds and the $43,605 coming from the city of Asheboro. I recommend adoption by reference.
Questions? I'll entertain a motion to adopt by reference.
So moved.
Where is that? Mr. Cogden.
In the corner.
I'm sorry, I don't hear very well
Down
down
left.
that way.
Left fielder down there.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Bell. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Mayor, before we move off the terminal building, just recall that 2 weeks ago, we did host former President Trump in his reelection campaign efforts. At the time, the Mayor Pro Tem and Mr. Burks were at the rally, along with about 2/3 of the city workforce. Mr. Burks and the Mayor Pro Tem did work on, took the opportunity to speak with Senator Budd and Congressman Hudson about our federal and state application for airport funds to build the terminal. And we received notification late last week that their staffs are support, the senator and congressman support our request to the FAA, and their staffs are working with, pursuing it with the FAA, so maybe we can get funding to move forward.
I also asked them for a 4,500-foot runway extension so they could land next time. It didn't meet with the same place. And it made the original request seem smaller.
Wasn't met with the same enthusiasm as the.
Well, it got this in perspective.
If you'd have taken the mayor with you, maybe we'd have gotten it. The mayor wasn't invited, by the way.
They have ways to be invited.
Well, we tried to get me a ticket, and they said no.
Yeah.
Now I saw a different list. Go ahead and start.
My name was on the list, I didn't get a call.
Well, I didn't mean to open that can of worms.
You had to punch in to get the call.
And Eddie tried to get me a ticket, and the Secret Service said no.
Well, maybe they met you.
I didn't tell you that to argue with you. I was telling you that because I wasn't invited. All right,
I can explain it, but not the place.
can be.
Yes, sir. You also have in your packets, work authorization number 4 between the City of Asheboro and W.K. Dixon for the design and bid administration of the new NC Aviation Museum hangar. Acceptance will allow W.K. Dixon to design, do the bid work, administer the bid work, administer construction, and administer the grant for, that was received for $2 million towards the NC Aviation Museum hangar. They received this, I guess, a few months back.
About 6 weeks ago, yeah.
6 weeks ago. The new hangar, this is just a pass-through grant for utilization of the city's contracted engineering firm, and staff recommends approval of work authorization number 4.
Where are they gonna build that at?
Hadn't been decided exactly yet. They've got to go before the airport authority. They're looking at either possibly where their parking area is now and trying to redesign the parking, but that's a possibility.
We're gonna build a terminal there, I thought, so, but anyway.
So the terminal will be just a little bit further north than that, and they're looking at possibly sharing the parking with the terminal building.
Okay.
And because this is pass-through funding, I'm assuming this is not going to require a lot of our staff time. I mean,
It's my understanding that W.K. Dixon is going to be doing all the administrative work. Basically, we're going to be receiving a check or issuing payment and then receiving a check. Is that?
We'll receive an invoice. We will request reimbursement off of the grant, then we will be able to turn around and pay the invoice.
And from an
Now,
operational.
the grant is a $2 million grant. The work authorization number 4 is for $157,358. So we'll be coming back to you each time we get a new work authorization for a new cost authorizing the pass-through. And
Okay.
so it's really, from an administrative burden, it's immaterial.
Okay, that's what I
And
wanted to be
from a-
sure of.
And from an operational point of view, whether we're passing it through Michael and his engineering team still have to, go out there and make sure it's in the right place and
course.
not on the utility lines, and we still have to inspect it and all that.
Of course,
So
of course.
there's not any more, it's not like the sportsplex or the ballpark, which is what I think you were asking.
That is exactly why I'm asking.
Right. We stretched thin on those two.
Yeah.
We've been stretched thin enough, so.
Exactly.
But now the hangar will belong to the city, right?
So, the way the airport works, it'd be like a long-term lease of the ground. The hangar it would revert back, am I correct in saying it reverts back
No.
after the 30?
You talking about the museum?
Yeah.
I would say, I haven't had a discussion with them, but typically we require that they deed that to us as soon as it's constructed.
I was just gonna ask a question, I know exactly how the quasi-public-private hangars work. I didn't know if there was any different relationship with the museum, because at the end it's relatively immaterial. Since they won't go back to paying rent when it reverts, I wouldn't imagine.
Right, that's how it can be set, it can be set up in multiple ways, but the city has been pretty adamant over the years in stating that you have to deed that property back. The city retains, we don't enter a ground lease. The city retains it, will allow you to build, and when you build that improvement, you have to deed it to the city.
Were
It's
there
part of the
any
agreement.
different strings involved, and I'm asking just for information, being there was a $2 million grant to get it, again, when you're dealing with private money, they get 20 years for a buck, and then they go to paying rent when it reverts.
Well, we charge a nominal amount even for the ones there, but
Yeah.
what we justify as the city, that we only charge you a very nominal amount because you made the investment, so in effect, you're amortizing your outlay
Yeah,
over the
I mean,
years.
it's the same thing, but I was just wondering, does the $2 million grant have any stipulations as to how the building or the land or the whatever is handled?
The city has not agreed to any such stipulations. So I don't know what they may have said, but the city has not.
And
We
there's
asked
not,
Dave, and Dave sent us $2 million.
right, there's, unlike,
There's people writing this up too,
but there's, unlike,
there's a Debbie behind the Dave too, I'll assure you.
But, unlike CDBG, which we did the start of the meeting, which has all the contracting requirements, all the hiring requirements, all those things, this is this state capital improvement fund.
So we're gonna treat this the same way. The Aviation Museum received the grant, so now they have the money. So they're gonna put up the hangar, just like Clouster did.
Right.
And when
And
the
multiple
time
others.
kicks out, it'll end the same way.
That's the plan.
Fair enough.
Did they ask for any admin fee in the $2 million grant application?
The engineering firm W.K. Dixon is going to be administering this. All I'm gonna be doing is just pass through the money.
So they'll
But they're
get the
gonna be
admin
doing
fee.
all the compliance
Okay.
reporting, and that will be paid for out of the $2 million, and will be included in this and future work authorizations. The reason for, we're doing this in order for them to capitalize on our relationship with the engineering firm for consistency and quality of work being done out the airport. We've got a long-term relationship with W.K. Dixon, and the Airport Museum wants to capitalize on that to make sure that they have a good quality process.
It'd probably be a fair assessment as well that, this $2 million has got a timeline on it too. Next clock's ticking. in the museum being comprised of its board of a handful of volunteers that are mostly aviation enthusiasts, at a joint meeting, that they needed this assistance to get this going, to piggyback on our relationship with W.K. Dixon and Dixon to handle it, or they was gonna run out of time.
They came to us and said, we don't know what to do.
Pretty much. Anyway,
Yes, we had a special airport authority meeting to get all this in front of you so we can get going.
All right, motion to approve,
Mayor, I move we approve work authorization number 4.
second?
Second.
Where was the second? Mr. Burks. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, now?
Excuse me, Debbie, you have, Ms. Reeves, I'm sorry.
The last amendment ordinance for this evening from me is the ordinance to amend the Airport Improvements Fund, which is allocating the funding for work authorization number 4 as reflecting pass-through grant proceeds and design bid hangar expenditures that will just flow through us. And of course, as I said, that each time that there is an additional phase of work done, a new work authorization will come before you guys, which will include design bid administration services. Therefore, that the city of Asheboro will not be doing anything time consuming, other than Michael will obviously, like he always does, have to oversee this and make sure there's proper adherence to guidelines that he needs to work through. I recommend
Question.
adoption by reference.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to amend the Airport Improvement Fund 2.
Mayor, I'll make the motion that we amend Airport Improvement Fund 2 as referenced.
I have a motion by Ms. Heath. Do I have a second?
Second.
Who was that?
Eddie.
Eddie.
Eddie and I timed it all together, but Eddie.
Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. Thank you, Michael. Mr. Nuttall, one last time.
Yes, sir. This item is a request for authorization to enter into an agreement with Walker Consultants, who would prepare a central business district parking study and strategy. I've included the proposal in the packet this evening, just highlighting what this study will include. It will be analyzing and evaluating existing conditions. They will evaluate future parking needs, identify recommendations and priorities, and produce a final report. This should take probably about 5 months to complete. It does include a pretty significant public engagement element, which will be at least one public workshop, stakeholder meetings with folks that we recommend the consultants speak with. There's also some public general surveying that will occur. The cost, as indicated in the proposal, is $60,000. We have worked with the consultant to bring that fee more in line with what we expected from the budget. This study is budgeted within the Community Development Division's budget, so there are no additional funds that are expected to be needed for us to carry out the project. This firm, this is a lot of what they do. We had 5 proposals from various engineering firms to do a downtown park study. I think 2 of them really were specialists in this type of activity, and the study team, the selection team that looked at that really felt Walker Consultants was the right choice to do this study. So we're asking for authorization to engage with them to begin the study.
Well, name recognition alone should speak for itself. Although they're probably gonna come back and tell us we need to quit helping.
All right, and who are we gonna authorize to enter this?
Well, I'll execute it, Mayor, if you give me permission.
All right, we need a motion to grant, the manager permission to execute a traffic agreement with traffic study agreement with Walker Engineering, Walker Consultants. Correct.
Mayor, I move we authorize our city manager to enter into an agreement study with Walker Consultants to prep a central business district parking study and strategy.
That was a mouthful. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Bell. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Need to call on Jeff. You wanna do, Jeff's got some information for us.
Yes, sir, thank you. This is just a follow-up. At the last meeting, you had a discussion and you approved authorization for the city manager on behalf of the municipal corporation to sign a letter of commitment, of loan commitment, that was designed to induce the NC Housing Finance Agency to reserve for the applicant who's constructing a Memorial Square, you dealt with the street closure earlier today, Memorial Square, to get low-income housing tax credits. You wanted the modification that rather than 2% per annum, it was 4%, rather than in annual installment payments of principal and interest of $10,000, you wanted that changed to $26,000. So those changes were made. The letter was sent. They have now just recently sent back loan documents for review. So I wanted to give you the update on that. It is progressing. Part of that commitment already stated that you recognized the city would be in a subordinate position to make the loan which would be a loan amount of $650,000 for a 20-year term. At this point, and this is where I want to be careful, there will be an ordinance coming to you in October from Finance to move general operating funds around to fund the closing defined as for the construction loan, anticipated to be mid-October. So you will be asked to vote on that ordinance, not tonight, but at your October regular meeting. In advance of that, there has been a request made that city legal counsel go through and review the loan documents that have been sent, and I don't ever like to give feedback that implies the city council is going to approve it unless I make sure you're aware of what's going on. You have previously authorized the commitment letter. I have preliminarily reviewed the promissory note and the deed of trust between the city and Memorial Square LLC. It does contain the terms you stated of that changed interest rate, the changed amount of the annual installment payments. It most definitely, though, is subordinate because the other instruments that I need to review are subordination agreements. One involves First Citizens Bank and Trust for the construction loan, the first mortgage. That'll be in the amount of roughly $9 million, some odd dollars in there. Then later on, there will be the conversion on a permanent loan, and that will be a Freddie Mac with Merchants Capital at $2,400,000. City will be subordinate on all of those, but that's consistent with what was in the commitment letter. I wanted to alert you that it has progressed. Your terms have been incorporated, and I want to make sure there's no objection from the city council for me going ahead and trying to meet their September 16th deadline that they requested of me and the city staff to provide feedback on what I'd provide be technical issues like trustee and things like that for the subordination agreements. And I can tell you, all experience indicates that lending agreement for the construction loan and the Freddie Mac loan, they're not really negotiable. They'll just be refinement of small issues.
But that is the only entity, and separately, that we're subordinating to. So if it does turn into a financial problem, I mean, essentially what you have to do then is you have to buy it out and resell it yourself if you're gonna protect your position, which the city's not necessarily in that business, but.
Under those agreements, they can make payments, the borrower can make payments to the city until they get into default with the superior loans, and then it stops at that point until you work your way through
You'll
So
end
the
up having
city
to work
definitely is
out
in the
through
inferior
our
position.
housing authorities, what you'd end up doing most likely, but that's
That's correct.
the way these things are set up, that they're kind of self-funding when they're subsidized rates, so they don't fail.
And that's where, and we do have some other loans and financial arrangements with this entity. If anyone wants to check with the finance office between now and October, you can see how those other arrangements have progressed and where they stand. But that's the update. I'll be happy to answer any questions, and I'm not asking for a motion, just wanted to make sure there's no objection to me providing as legal counsel feedback on the technicalities of the instruments they propose. If not, we'll move forward. Thank you.
That's your only option, I mean, as you said, but it's not unusual,
Right.
it's noteworthy, but it's not unusual.
I'm under no illusion that there's gonna be a lot of change from what we've got, it's just adjustments.
Okay. Final Sunday concert is this Sunday night at 6 o'clock, Terrence Sylvia. Zoograss is coming to the Sunset Theater, and that's Wednesday is Ricky Skaggs and Kentucky Thunder. Thursday is Lonesome River, and Friday is Sister Sadie. All 7 o'clock, I believe. Saturday,
I think, Jonathan or Taylor's in here, but I believe that's sold out, if it's not closed.
Ricky Skaggs
Yeah.
is sold out, I
I
know.
think they may all shows may be sold out now. If it's not, it's really close.
Saturday is 28th. Girls Next Door, is that a Rhino Leap? What is that? RSVP, anybody know?
It's not Rhino Leap.
All right, tickets for Ghost Walk and Ghost Ride, they're probably sold out too, aren't
No, there's still some available,
they? Oh,
based on the
okay.
Facebook post from a couple days ago.
They're close, though. If you're interested, get the tickets.
Yeah. Fire and Rescue is having their Memorial Ruck, which is a run with full gear, on September.
And that's in honor of 9/11.
We missed it.
Right? No, it's the day after tomorrow,
Oh,
Saturday.
Saturday.
today is the 5th?
Right.
Got it, sorry. Long day. Elected official picnic at Harvest House on Thursday, September 19th. At 6.
Does everybody remember where Harvest House is? You guys, you guys been to Harvest House? Do you know? Okay.
Down
And
to Ram Sewer and go out toward Cold
And if
Ridge
some
and turn
people
left.
wanna go, we can take the van if you wanna get a group up, or however you wanna do it. We'll just do whatever the council,
I've got,
me and you will do what the council wants to.
I got another conflict that night, so I'll have to leave early.
Yeah, I have one too, so
What is it?
somebody can drive the van, we can, Pearson, or so we'll figure it out. If anybody wants a ride, reach out to Joanne, we can get a group up.
Okay,
Bring your
museum,
four-wheel drive on van on down here, I'll take it.
Museum Hall of Fame annual fly-in is Saturday, September 21st, all day on Saturday. Fall Festival is Saturday, one day again, October 5th, from 9 to 6. And the Chamber Retreat is coming up at Holly Ridge Golf on October 3rd.
Friday the 4th.
And Friday, pretty much starts at 3rd, that evening, and then goes, about,
Be like 8 to 1:30 programming, and then, some fun stuff in the afternoon.
Say that again, now, what are the hours on Thursday?
Thursday, I believe that the dinner's gonna start at 6, like with a social, it's either 5:30 or 6, and then have an hour social time and then
There's no
dinner.
daytime stuff on Thursday.
I'm sorry?
There's no daytime meeting on Thursday.
Correct, it's just the evening dinner.
and then Friday morning.
Friday morning, and then kind of, there'll be a lunch, couple panel presentations, and then some fun stuff in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will report that, our new, executive director, Adam Deeth, did finally receive his, household goods. He resigned, he's on the 23rd hour of the 29th day of the 30-day contract. They got in under the wire, so.
55 minutes to spare.
55 minutes, yeah, so he's in good shape, and, I think that the group did ask for RSVPs to come, for people to come, right?
Yes, the registration has been in the chamber newsletter,
Right, so
on the website.
If you haven't registered, reach out to Kelly or to Joanne or to the folks at or Adam at the chamber. But it's a good way to get him going too. I've had a couple of meetings with him. He's really working hard, and he's bringing a lot.
Scared if we took him to the beach, he'd swim forward or what?
So I just want to commend the team for hiring him, and then he's really taken to Asheboro, so it's quite exciting.
I don't know of anything else.
I just, Mayor, the council, look on your calendar. We met very early this month. Usually when that happens, we meet very next late. So we're October 10, right, Holly? So we meet the last day possible of October, so there'll be a little stretch in here. You'll seem like we're supposed to have a meeting, but they'll actually be a week later, so.
What about our capital projects update? What are we looking
Michael
like for that?
and Debbie are finishing up their program, and we know some people are gonna be out of town. You notified us, so a schedule is, we would shoot for sometime in the middle of October to present that to you. We're on a tight schedule with the state too, because we promised we'd get it to them.
Okay.
But we can't.
We started moving dirt on, the Trade Street, project a little bit today, or yesterday, there at the hotel site for the dumpsters. We get all the dumpsters fixed up before we can actually
Get off
get off on the street, get that red barn. It's not a question of what we're doing with the red barn. We're gonna scrap it.
I think it should be enshrined.
Put it in the museum.
The can collector 2000.
I've seen on TV.
Um,
That could be a market.
As seen
Big
on
hit for
TV.
All right. Come on, just go this way.
Okay, just real quickly, just congratulations again to Trevor. Very excited for the city and excited for you, and just really happy about that particular move. Also want to thank Police Department and Fire and Rescue for everything that they did for President Trump's visit, being a National Night Out, everything that you do in our community every day. And I don't want to think about not being able to look down the table and see you. So instead, I'm gonna take great comfort in knowing that you're still gonna be around, just in a different way. And I'm glad we're gonna have lots of time to celebrate you. And the reason you got emotional is because your heart is this community. Your heart is this community, and you've done it for
It
28
has
years.
been for 28 years.
And it still will be. It still will be. But this community means a lot to you. You can tell it in everything that you do, and you mean a lot to us. So I look forward to celebrating you.
Thank you. Charlie?
I will echo Kelly's comment.
There's an echo in this room.
Yeah.
Mayor, I know it was a tough decision for you, but, you learned a little bit.
Not when John
Yeah.
quit. I gotta tell you, I will tell everybody in the room, John and I have had a pact that we would probably finish our terms at the same time. Well, John got tired of waiting.
I promised you 2025.
So
Mayor, it's
anyway.
great, proud of you. I'm going to Charlotte Saturday. Walker and Joey, I'm all in. I'm gonna go all Wolfpack. It was pretty ugly the other night. But
Go Cats!
you got your purple tie on tonight, so I'm going all in.
Right now, we're running feet of
I thought y'all might win up till about halftime.
I was sure of it.
We were up starting the fourth quarter.
So, Martha got a new top today, new Wolfpack top, so she's all in too. So, we'll see how it goes. I'm constantly reminded, though, after 20 seasons was enough of season tickets. Every dollar we spent was worth it, but now it's time, in the rearview mirror.
I apologize for getting emotional a while ago.
Thank you and congratulations. And congratulations to Trevor. Changes abound.
Well, heck, you had me down here crying too, so I appreciate you and all you've done for our city. And people ask me about you, and I've always said you are the hardest working mayor I've ever known. And for me being a mayor at one time, I know that. You did. You a hard-working fellow. You put this city's interest before your own.
What's changed in the 100 years since you were mayor?
It was 102 years ago. But I've aged well.
They got the streets paved now.
They do. Thank you for all you do, and congratulations, Trevor, to you. And again, go Cat. I've never been so happy after we lost. But my Catamounts looked really good last Thursday night. They did. My fat boys up front finally got worn out, but the big strong boys on their front lines.
If they beat App, I'm gonna come burn your house.
But we're not gonna play it. App won't even play us anymore.
Please. All right, Bill?
I was just gonna say, I was walking down Saturday afternoon at Zoo City, and it was really, really nice down there. The yards had been mowed, and you can look up on the hill, you can see all the soccer players in their uniforms playing on every field. And so I was just gonna congratulate Jonathan, he's not here, is he, tonight, for pulling that off, and, cause I know there's a lot of work to that. And, so it was really nice.
3,000 or 4,000 kids down there.
At about, I think we had 4,000 kids in over the 2 days, 95 teams. Every hotel room was booked.
And some campground spots.
Campground spots. If you went to the mall, it was a sea of color in there of soccer jerseys. It was, so it's exciting. I remembered this time when I dutifully went to Kickback Jacks and told them ahead of time. I asked Elisa and Addie to tell everybody. So when I was having my Saturday lunch at Kickback Jacks, you didn't tell us. I remembered this time.
We were not prepared.
And by the way, Thanksgiving is coming, I saw more wild turkeys down there, so, big old plump ones the other day.
When I was walking the trail, two turkeys came out on the trail, and it was like they weren't gonna get off the trail, they just run a little bit and wait for me to
I was scared
catch
of
up.
it, I go gobble, 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 they catch me.
And I'm amazed, you know, you go down there and you walk in this beautiful, trail with turkeys and the creek. I mean, it's just, you know, we ought to be proud of it, and I know we are. But I went down Monday afternoon late, 4 o'clock maybe, and all the pickleball courts were taken. There were people actually out on the beach volleyball playing, not playing in the sand, but playing beach volleyball. The playground looked like it couldn't handle another 2 or 3 people.
It would've been nice if
there was somebody, either groups of 2, 3, 4, up to 10 on every one of the soccer fields, just playing, so.
We just do need more pickleball courts, so that's the only thing. Now we know it, but.
We've already had requests.
If I go down there.
We don't have,
trail,
we didn't have the paint dry on those for people wanted more.
Maybe we can dual paint some of the tennis courts.
Jonathan, and the rec group are working on that with Jimmy to see how to do it.
We got 2 tennis courts in North Asheboro that don't even have nets on them. We
That's
convert them to pickleball.
That's under debate, and well as building taking out the beach volleyball at Memorial and building a pit there, so Jonathan and Jimmy will be coming
We'll start
back.
adding some,
Okay.
about the time the phase.
And then, yeah, the fat will go away by the time we get a
goes
bill.
away.
Yeah.
Joey?
Congratulations, Trevor. Thank you. And, congratulations to you too.
Thank you.
Appreciate everything you've done.
Well, felt like it was time to announce so that anybody that's interested can, start making their plans. So,
If nobody's interested, does that mean you come back?
what?
If nobody's interested, does that mean you come back?
Well, I've said many times, if the wrong people run for the wrong reasons,
You'll have to run
I
again.
may have to run again. But, I can tell you, somebody said, well, why don't you run for council? That wouldn't be fair to the new mayor.
Yeah.
I will not do that. So, but it's been fun. I got another year to my farewell tour. All right. Thanks everybody for being here and, being patient with us tonight. This was the longest one in recent memory.
Kinda like last month.
Well, we were out of here before 11:15 last week.
Mayor, on behalf of the staff, we appreciate the council's hard work. We know the Sunset Avenue case was not an easy case. There was 2 planning boards on it, so we have a planning board member here. Obviously, the staff worked as hard as we could to get it as close as we could into what the council wanted. Ultimately, I guess the developer takes the risk. We'll just be aware and work to protect those folks on Lewis Street with the best. If we need to put an ordinance in on no on-street parking, or we'll have to just figure it out as we progress.
But our charge always has to be what's best for the greatest number of people and public safety and.
It's like.
Then raise that height restriction, this
Well-
was a multi-dimensional problem we boxed ourselves into.
Well, that's,
But the height-
we're gonna start on that Monday.
What would the height restriction have done for the parking?
Well,
Could have
if
less
you-
footprint
if I
and
got-
taller
I put
building.
10 of them units up in the air, I've cleaned up all that square footage on the
Got
ground.
10,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
And we have we have now the fire.
We had a hand in forcing that as well, whether the right or wrong answer has come about tonight.
Yep.
We had a hand in that. If we're gonna grow more urban, then we better get more urban.
All right, I said my piece.
Chief, thanks for being here tonight.
Only 5, the last one I just gave my plaque.
We're adjourned. Alyssa?